Hello and welcome in, welcome on, and welcome aboard to the official Giganticpingu stream zone. And tonight, this is a very special occasion. This is a very special occasion, one that we're gonna all celebrate together in this holiday season. And let me just say right now, I hope everyone's Yuletides are incredibly gay right now. I hope we're all having a very merry, blessed holiday season. I was blessed recently by a local knitting group of ladies, of funny little biddies, and they gave me their holiday cheer, so that was wonderful. I see user Priav's Yuletides are gay as fuck. That's what I like to hear. Let's get our Yuletides even gayer tonight, folks. Let's make our Yuletides maximum gay. Haha. let's just get really gay up in here tonight. That'll be fun. Hello to user Ridley Gem, who has been here for about 17 hours waiting and sort of lurking in the chat room, much like I do on many forum boards. I lurk in there. He was lurking in here. User Tarify was close behind. And then Maswa, who is spouting and splurting many interesting things in the chat, typing those out. Arctic's here, and tragedy has befallen him, so I'm sorry to hear that. And then user Samiyad is also here, and he said a slur, so that's not too unexpected or out of character, but it does really warm my cockles.
Video scenes are used to great effect. Still, Toomba is an average game. Unless you can't resist pink hair, you might want to pass.
What a combo! But you know what? Let's just start out here. Let's really just get all this shit going on here. Let's make Mario speak to. This is what the holidays are all about. This is like a little present to me. Every one of these I get in my ears, they're like a little present to me. Yeah, Arctic 3, I didn't even hear that one. I didn't even hear that one go. Hello, Prince Anime. I just saluted to you, but I'm not on camera yet. But just know I did it. Boy, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful cacophony. The lurid screams of Mario in the background. This anime on a 5-stream watch streak. And they said they'd trust me, or do they? Hard to know. There's so much going on right now. Let's see, what else can we get going? This might be the most redeems that have ever been playing at one time, except for that one other time. And that other time. Lily says, Cat just brought me a present of Soraya's slipper. Oh, how delightful. I wish I had a present of Soraya's slipper. I wish I had one of those in my paws right now, my grubby little paws. Jeff says, my sister is getting Super Mario RPG for Christmas. Oh my goodness. Well, let's just say this presentation night will have no shortage of that little portly plumber. Let's just say, he'll be popping up in good form.
Thank you very much for playing my game.
Thank you very much for playing my games. God, this is like troubling audio right now. But yeah, let's not speak about that other time. There was that one time, that other time, that another time, the one time, the two time, the three time, the blue time. Prince Anime says, my sister's gonna get coal wrapped in a sock. That's a good gift to get usually. If there's someone in my life, and I'm thinking, what do I get him this year? It's usually just some sort of geode or stalactite wrapped up in a old sock. That's always a good gift to get someone who has everything, really. Just get him a rock. Get him a geode. That rocks. That's funny. That's funny. Well, I'm gonna let some of this play out here. I'm just sort of listening to the beautiful symphony right now. Oh Mario! Oh Mario! Mario! Hello Mario! Hey, that was me. What the hell? Rest of Jor Gaming. There must be a cooldown on Pingu. On the Pingu command, which is strange. God, that Connor guy, he just zooms on out. He gets in, gets out. Gosh darn. What a miscreant. Well, okay, I think we've had enough preamble here. Enough dilly-dallying. You know I like to do a bit of chitter-chatter, a bit of cheddar talk right at the start. And I guess it's time. We'll go over to the presentation. Now, I've done this 2 prior years in a row. I did it for 2022 and 2021. I made little presentations, and I did the same thing this year, and it's very, well, as you'll see, it's very professional-like. And there's a lot of effort put into it, and this, well, let's just say this one's pretty lengthy. Pretty meaty. No, we'll get through it quick. We'll get through it nice and quick in about 10 hours. Let's get on over to it. Here we are. Here we are. I think we're ready to go. Let's put on a playlist of tunes. It's time. The official Gargantuan Pingu Games of the Year 2023. Get this, it's not just 1, not just 2, not just 3, but multiple, more than that. Think about that. I had to learn a lot of basic math this year in terms of counting and numbers, and that helped me greatly putting this list together. So my newfound numerology skills will come into play greatly tonight, I hope. And we've got a little Oopie. I discovered this image of Oopie just a couple days hence. And boy, old Charlie Schultz, he knows how to illustrate him, huh? He really knows how to color in a picture. Gosh darn. So, you know I had to put him in here, and of course we've got Ping Pong up in the mix too. He's having a fun time. And, well, let's just get right into it, shall we? Are you lying? I do not lie or fib. I don't do any sort of such thing like that. I just sort of tell the truth over and over, like that loyal, honest penguin you just saw. All right. Well, this is the first slide in the little presentation. Let's go to the second slide, shall we? Well, that's not very informative, but it is actually. Games from previous years. That's right. It's not just one game from this year. It's multiple games from other years. Game of the previous year. This is the thing. We have to divide them up into categories, and this is how I did it. I should have put a table of contents here. We're going to have games that I played for the first time this year that didn't come out in 2023. Then we're going to have games that came out in 2023 that I didn't play, but I wish I had played. And then we're going to have games that came out in 2023 that I did play that were my favorites. Sorry that's so convoluted and it's kind of a mess, but gotta have a little bit of recognition for the real ones and for the true ones here. Can we restart? Okay, let's restart. Let's go back. Okay, so this is the presentation I put together. And if we go to the second slide, we're gonna start with games came out in previous years that weren't in the year of our Lord 22,223. We're gonna go forward, or backwards in time, excuse me, and we're gonna start with, of course, Togepi's Great Adventure. And this was a game I actually streamed. This may be the game of the previous year. Where's the caveman? The caveman's gonna come out of his cave. You could say Togepi's a bit of a caveman. Not really. Togepi is kind of a swaggy little guy. But the first game from a previous year is Togepi's Great Adventure on the Pokemon Mini. I streamed this game when I did a compilation of Pokemon Mini games, sort of. And this was the best one of the bunch, honestly. This was the best one I played. It was like the one that I honestly enjoyed playing. Just, you know, you roll around as a little Togepi and avoid obstacles and get through puzzles. It was very fun. Now, what is user Tarify trying to say? They messed up that first comment, and then they tried again. What's Togepi's adventure? Would you like to take a guess? I think it's, well, we'll see it right here. I think it's to get back into Misty's loving embrace, and wouldn't I love to be scooped up by her strong toothpick arms and just be her little bundle of joy caressed upon her bosom. Oh, to be such a thing, but, you know, Togepi was sadly, this is the conceit of the game, Togepi was transported into the digital world and sort of made into bits and bytes, and, you know, it was sort of like the Fairly Odd Parents Channel Chasers movie where Timmy Thomas Turner is sucked into the television. I think that was Fairly Odd Parents, at least. Where he, you know, went into the television. This is sort of the same conceit here. It's a classic, right? But yeah, user Tarkfight, I'd love to hear more about Regalia Adventurista as well. That sounds very interesting. But Togepi's Great Adventure, great one. I'm taking way too long on these. This is the first game. I should say these games are in a general order as we go from, you know, bottom to top, least favorite to most favorite of the list. I like them all. That's why I included them. But it's a general order for the most part, not exactly in order as we get into the middle, but, you know, low to high generally for the most part. Hello, Mona Pizza. Togepi is the baby Pokemon. Togepi is such a little baby sweetie. Sweetster. Sweet pea. That's why we love him. So, that's game number 1. Let's move on here. Now, this is a confusing little slide here. This is a trio of games that I didn't really bother to make the images very clear of what they were either. I didn't really format them properly, I see. That's okay. It's a trio of Penguin games that I, believe it or not, I also streamed these one night. A lot of these games you'll see are games I sort of played while streaming, and I was like, these are pretty fun. And these 3 games, Penguin Venture, Yume Penguin Monogatari, and what was the other one? And Arctic Adventure. This was a trio of great little penguin games that I had a lot of fun with. Sort of like the first Temple Run. A couple of these were like Temple Run. It was the first Temple Run type game, where you're just running forward, dodging obstacles. Very Temple Run-esque, you might say. And then one of them was sort of like just a straightforward 2D platformer with a lot of eating mechanics, where you got hungry and you got fat and large and thin and skinny, like that. So that was very innovative, I thought, very cool. But the Penguin games, I had to put them all together because you know I'm a fan of that bird, that type of bird. User Masuo says, Soraya is making me work like an elf. Are you in Santa's workshop right now? Maybe working like that little wide stretched out penguin there, cleaning up, mopping the bucket, mopping the poop deck. Maybe. That's what I like to see. So then this next game is called Save Room. And if you've ever played Resident Evil 4, you know how the inventory sort of became a favorite feature of that game. Where you arrange your items, it became its own little sort of mini game. You had to get everything in your attaché case properly stored away, and that was sort of the fan favorite mechanic of the game. And then this guy was like, well, what if I made that its own little game and made puzzles out of it? And I thought this was a delightful little experience where you're presented with a bunch of items and you got to make them fit in your case. It was a short little experience, and I thought it was a great little puzzler if you're looking for it. And it was pretty short. I completed it in probably less than 2 hours, but it was great while it lasted, and it did what it wanted to do, and it did it well. So 1 thumb up, 2 thumb up from me, I gotta say. Next game. Now this one's a freaky little game, Chameleon Twist. I had my gripes with this game. This one got pretty pretty challenging, let's just say, and that's not even to mention these freaky little enemies on screen right now, like that tooth monster or whatever that is. Maybe that's a s'more or Oreo cookie or something, I don't know. But what really turned me on about this game is that you did have a long tongue you could whip around and get it sort of covered in saliva and wrap it around your foes and cover them in your own spit and snot and liquids and fluids too. So that was sort of another fan favorite feature that I really, sort of took hold of there in my heart. and in my soul. I'll say this: it's an innovative game. It's a very interesting game by the freaks at Sunsoft, but it was challenging. It was a little hard to control, and I did have my issues with it. But I still had a lot of fun when I was getting it down. So, if you can kiss a homie, kiss him while you can with that big tongue of yours. That's exactly right. Kiss a homie damn clean on the lips. So let's go to the next game here. Oh, this isn't a game at all. This is just a funny little, just a little interlude. Yes, I know you're jealous of my hat. That's to make me laugh. User somewhat says, it's Christmas, kiss a homie. Make your Yuletides extremely gay, everyone. We like to have fun here. We like to have laugh and have a bit of a goof while we can. Just having a bit of a chuckle. So, if we can smile and laugh, we do it. We do it. It's not always easy, but we do the tough things, we do the hard things, and we laugh indeed. Make that friend show up. There he is. Put him alongside his little chameleon pal. Actually, I want to see him one more time. Let's make him pop up again. Every time I see him once, I gotta see him
The graphics are bright and vibrant, fitting into the cartoony Who Framed Roger Rabbit-like atmosphere. The opening sequence introduces you to each of the drivers. One scene will make you laugh unexpectedly. The camera will catch Princess Jean in the shower. As a result, the feisty gal will punch out the lens of the camera. Isn't that a hoot?
Isn't that a hoot? That's my favorite part. I love when he says, isn't that a hoot? It sure is, man. It sure as hell is. God damn. Well, let's go on to the next game here. You know I had to include Dynamite Deluxe. This is a PopCap game I checked out this year. PopCap, the masters of cozy little puzzle games. This is one I was not familiar with before, but I popped it up on my computer screen. I gave it a click. I was clicking on my buttons here, and after I played it, I was like, this is the #1 coziest PopCap game. Just the aesthetics, the little dinos running around, you could say that they're all the good dino. And I hear the film The Good Dino was greatly inspired by Dynamite Deluxe and the original Dynamite. But it's just a good sort of match. I forget how many you're matching these eggs, probably several, probably 3 about, but you know, match the same color and they boom bop bip, they explode like that. So this was a great one, and you slingshot them and got all your dino pals ready to help you out and give you a little kiss if you do good enough. So that really made me feel euphoric playing through this one. I think we have the same glasses. Is that true, Mona Pizza? I got these about a year ago, although they're very similar to my previous pair. But yeah, there's some good specs. There's some good specs. I'm happy with them. But very cool. We're hashtag twinning, as they say. But User Tarify is exactly right. It's no Eggmania, though, and I'll say this right now. I forgot to include Eggmania on the list. I might have to make an amendment. I might have to do that. Ridley GM made a very rude comment, but also a very truthful comment. Giganticpingu's lenses are 50 inches thick. Actually, they're about 60 inches thick, Ridley Jim. They're thicker than you even think from just eyeballing it. They get thicker every damn day. They grow on their own, sort of like a, I don't know, like a damn parasite. They grow off my astigmatism every day. And when I was getting fit for contacts, of course, I've told this story, I believe, but the eye doctor said to me, this is one of the highest prescriptions I've ever put into contact lenses, and that made me feel really good about the whole process. So thank you to him. Thank you to Dr. Brandon. That was that was his name. I shouldn't have said that maybe, but thank you, Dr. B. Tarify, I'm going to make an amendment and include Eggmania, even though it's not in this presentation. It's going to be retroactively added, or posthumously added, I should say. It's all about that girth. It's all about that girth. Where are my contacts? I got them stored away. 2024 let's pin that comment. Let's pin that comment because it's going to be true. 2024 is going to be the year that I'm wearing contacts just about every damn day, just about every damn night. I'm going to wear them to sleep. I'm going to wear them to bed. I'm going to wear them when I take a nap. I'm going to wear them when I shower. I'm going to wear multiple pairs at once of contacts. And this will be how it goes. That'll be 2024. So no jokes about it. It's, no fooling. It's going to be real. It's going to be real. This is the year of the contact coming up. Year of Contact Nintendo DS. We should have put that game on here, man. But yeah, Dr. Joseph Brandon. That was him. Hello, user Fifu, who is first. How are you doing, good sir, good gentleman? Hope you're doing well. Quite a talent, that Fifu. Many have said that 2023 was the year of the Fifu, actually. Yeah. Uh-oh, user Tarify's phone just crashed. Uh-oh. That's okay. We'll be sure to recap everything. This next game, Retro Game Challenge, another game I streamed. Very interesting. I see I kept the sort of title there that I meant to eliminate. But this was another great one on the DS, believe it or not, on the Nintendo DS, which they gotta bring that back. They gotta bring back the DS, I feel. They gotta make the Nintendo CS or ES. Use another letter even. Whatever you gotta do. I want to see it happen, but this was sort of, it was made by the Retro Game Challenge guy. What's his name? Arino. And the Kacho, he's got sort of a popular sort of program in Japan where he plays retro games all the time, and it's a good one. Let's just say it's a good one. And I remember back maybe over a decade ago, I was watching Retro, or I think the show is also called Retro Game Challenge 2, right? I was watching that show quite religiously. I was watching a lot of that alongside the Angry Video Game Nerd, sort of interesting counterparts there, but if you've never seen the show, it's very funny. He plays these very hard retro games, and he loses his mind, and he's always sweating, and he always puts a little strip on his forehead because he's sweating so much. It really was. We got like 2 Tetris streams from Fifu. That was more than enough for me. That was plenty. I was so sated and satiated. It was like, god damn, just one little Tetris stream from Fifu really tantalizes me in such a profound way. So anyways, the Retro Game Challenge game itself was sort of a compilation of a bunch of fake retro games, and you could view manuals for the games and learn tips and secrets and all that, so it was a very cool theme that they had going on there. And I feel it was very original, and they made a couple sequels that I think only came out in Japan, but I believe now 2 of them are getting remade for the Switch, so very cool, and thank you to the Kacho. He always said Kacho on, and he like shoved the cartridge into the game console and then turned it on. That was his catchphrase, sort of. I mean, I think he's still doing it, Audino. But very cool game. I want more Tetris streams from Fifu as well, I really do. I agree with that, Ridley GM. Next game, of course, is, Mickey and Donald's Magical Adventure 3. I didn't play 1, I didn't play 2. You know I was playing 3. You know I was playing Magical Adventure Mickey and Donald Doke 3. This is one I had to pop into my GameCube and turn that thing on. I was pleasantly surprised by this game. I played it around Thanksgiving, and man, this was a good one. It was better than 1 and 2 combined. You'd think it would be just exactly even, but no, it was even better. It was even better than what you could have expected, so. First level had that Thanksgiving theming, and that was really the only original reason I played it and streamed it, but it was a really good one. It was a really good one, I gotta admit. Just a solid 2D platformer with interesting costume mechanics and a big turkey. So thank you, Michael Mouse and Donald Duke. That was the third one. Didn't play 1, didn't play 2. 3's where it's at, that's how you know. This is an interesting inclusion here on the list. Blast Corps on the N64. This is a game by Rareware, the freaks at Rareware. This is sort of a demolition derby game. Another very game that makes you cry like a little baby sometimes. This one made me cry like a baby. But, you know, you got your vehicles and you got to blow up buildings and obstacles. And the thing about this game is, it was featured on The Sopranos at one point. AJ played this game on The Sopranos. And the image I have here, of course, I don't think it was a two-player game. This is when Tony and AJ were playing Mario Kart, of course. But there was one scene where AJ was just like playing Blast Corps on the TV. I remember seeing that. And I saw the game and I was like, what game is that? Oh, it's Blast Corps. What the hell? That's a weird pick. But very interesting, nonetheless. Bit of a Sopranos reference. You know, I love when Tony goes, you got that gat. What does he say? He's like, gat. We got him with the gat. Love a Sopranos moment. Priyo is a big Soprano head, I hear. I'm a big Soprano head too. Tony S. Boy, oh boy. When he gets that gat, you're the gat, I tell ya. Tony's got a real cocky attitude to play with one hand. That's a good point. I remember that scene he was like teasing AJ. He was just like playing with the one hand, and you kind of could do that with the N64 because it had the middle prong. But I remember the gameplay when they were playing Mario Kart. It didn't like match up to what they were doing at all. And he was like, I don't know, he was like doing it upside down and covering AJ's eyes and whatever, but real cocky attitude, that guy. Where does he get off? So Blast Corps, another very unique game from the freaky fellows at Rareware. And what a rare breed they are. This one, of course, I had to include just another solid platformer on the NES. Felix the cat. Felix, he comes and goes. He gives us his merriment and his gay Yule-tides, but whenever he graces us with his presence, you know it's going to be a good time. And this one had fun little vehicles you could ride in. And I don't know, like the Mickey and Donald game, it was just another like surprisingly solid licensed game, which you had a lot of great, surprisingly good licensed games from, you know, those eras. Nowadays you don't get so many good ones, except for Avatar game, of course. But this was just another great one. Felix the cat with those vehicles, and Felix, what a great guy. He make me laugh, he make me chuckle, he make me cry. James Gandolfini was killed by Nintendo for Mario Kart slander. Okay, let's talk about that for a second. He was. That image in the bottom left, that was his final moment. That's actually from a deleted scene from the finale where he was at his home playing Mario Kart on the computer. And he had a bit of a rage moment. He raged out. He really should have known better. He really should have known better, but what can you do? The finale of The Sopranos, actually. He loses in Mario Kart. He picks up his TV. He smashes it. Then the Nintendo ninjas come in, and they get him. They get him. Sorry to spoil that for everyone, but that's the true ending of The Sopranos. So Felix the cat, we talked about him very much. And of course, you know we gotta have him. Thank you, Infogrames, for the Wetrix brand, multi-cross media brand of wet Tetris games. You know we had to include him on here. You know we had to put him on here. Ugh, wet Tetris. It doesn't get better than this. I don't know how else to put it, but if you're looking to get a little sloppy, a little bit moist, a little bit damp, even, you gotta whip out the wet Tetris games. There's a quote from Nintendo Power on that blurry box art that says, "It's a sure bet that puzzle fans will be playing this addictive title for more than 40 days and 40 nights. And goddamn if that wasn't true." You can play this for eternity. All three versions. You can play Wetrix Original. You can play Wetrix Plus on the Dreamcast. And you can play Wetrix GB on the Game Boy Color. You'll be playing it all through Lent. I don't know why the Lent reference. I guess Nintendo Power was just going through a bit of a religious phase there for some unknown reason. But yes, a fitting song right now for Wetrix. Fittingly majestic. Let's see what this one is. Ah, yes, that's from Xenoblade. Why is Wetrix not Game of the Year? Well, maybe we should give it an award right now. I think Wetrix has won the Wet Award. The Game Award for the wettest game. That's what it gets, the wettest award. I think they should have that at the Kids' Choice Awards, the wettest award for the guy who gets covered in the most slime. We'll have our own thing here where just you get covered by the most water. These are some alternate box arts I whipped up quick, just for some humor and levity in this dark time that we're living in. I think it would have been funny if they included a little funny face on the Wetrix mascot. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, but we can pretend anyways. So just, I don't know, they should have made it more like a emoji or done something with it. And I don't know, I like to ruminate on that, and I hope it expands all our minds going forward when we consider wet Tetris. So that's the winner of the Wettest Award 2023, Wetrix. Thank you, Infogrames. This one, Gurumin, A Monstrous Adventure. Now, some of you may be like, what the hell is this game? Well, this was originally a PSP game, and I played the PC port of it this year. It was a lot of fun, sort of an action game. You've got it was made by the freaks at Falcom, and got a little drill that you attack with, sort of baby's first action game, some people have called it, or not really that, but it's like the Ys series, if you've heard of that, but sort of a little simpler, and I had a lot of fun with it. It's just a cute aesthetic, cute little story, cute little dungeons you go through, and it was overall a very interesting game and a lot of fun, but it was another one where I had a problem. I beat the final boss, I was taken back to the main hub, I shut the game off, I didn't save. There's no autosave in this game, so be warned if you play it. Save frequently. When I went back into the game, my progress of beating the final boss was gone. So that was a bit of an issue for me. It was kind of sad. And I was yelling and screaming. I tell you, I was raging out. I'll show you what I was doing. I was doing just about this. The Genius Monstrous Adventure. That's what I was doing. User Tarify has this game on their DS. Haven't played it yet, though. I bet you'll like it. I bet you'll have a bit of fun with it. I remember you were interested in this one, so definitely. So that's Gurumin. Great game. Next up on the list is, of course, Trip World, which is also by Sunsoft, much like the Chameleon game. And they just put out a little remake of this one, actually, believe it or not, recently. This may be the best looking original Game Boy game, in my humble onion. This one, pretty solid platformer. It's very short game, but it's on the original Game Boy, so what can you expect there? But all I have to say is that it was a cute little fun time, and you had your little blob that you were playing as, and what's the thing that everyone on Tumblr is into now? They're Blorbo. I don't really know what a Blorbo is, but I feel like, Tumblerinas would categorize this thing as a Blorbo, maybe? I don't really know. When a pizza gotta cut their toenails, BRB. I'm right there with you. I gotta cut mine too. Maybe I'll do it live on stream. Bit of a labyrinth. But don't let that deter you from this fine, fun experience of Trip World. You're not gonna... Well, let's just say you will take a trip. You'll take a trip there and back, and you'll go here and near, far and hither. You'll go into the hinterlands, and you'll go places you never expected. So, Trip World, Let's see, what would the rating be? 1 thumb, 2 thumb. I'm going to make a quick adjustment because user Tarify, of course, alerted me to an oversight in that I didn't include Eggmania. I'm going to quick slip that in. The egg game. Eggmania Eggstream Madness for GameCube. Let me find out how to do this. I'm going to put Eggmania right in. And bump, 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 bump. This is going to be very slapdash. Let me do a bit of a refresh. Oop. Wee.
Whoopee. Dad, what the hell are you doing? Hey, this is pretty cool.
Hey, this is pretty cool. So, here we go. There it is. There we go. There we go. There it is. The egg game. Pingu, did you know that Trip World was on Switch? I did hear about that, user Tarify. They sort of put out a special edition of it. It was very cool. It was funny because I played Trip World, and then like a week later they announced the port or the remake of it. It was very, very strange, but kind of an obscure thing to do that for. But Eggmania, this is the one to get your joysticks perked up for. If you're looking for something to have an afternoon of fun with, man, you could do worse having this egg all over your face. I'll tell you that. You don't just got one egg, you got a bunch of eggs. You got an angel egg, you got Yokohama. Get it? Funny. You got the devil egg, you got the dancing egg, and you got little egg. But yeah, user Tarify, it's true. Those Trip World people had the finger on the pulse of the nation, you might say. So Eggmania sort of slipped this one in quick, but we had to recognize it. Next up, another little bundle of games. I've been very into the games from Ciactro, this developer. Marcus Horn, I believe, is the guy who heads that up. He makes these very short, retro-inspired little experiences of games, and they never usually cost more than like $1 or $2 or $3, and sometimes they're free. But if you're interested in like Sonic-inspired Dreamcast or Saturn-era games, look up the Tori games on the left there. I've played most of the Tori games, but Tori Genesis is one I played just recently, and that was free. That was an interesting one, and it was sort of inspired by the Genesis days, very Y-Star and Sonic-inspired there. But yeah, free dollars. They got free. You can get it for $3 or whatever you want to pay. Actually, have a little tune to listen to while you play it. And then the other one I played was Silver Trigger 64, which was another very, very short game, probably less than 10 minutes, but it was free. And I have to admire the creativity of Ciactro, because they're always doing these very unique little... I'm just so drawn to these experiences for some reason that they put out. And this was sort of GoldenEye inspired, but on rails, and it was sort of a game made for like a one-button game development jam. So just one button to do everything, and you're on rails. So very simple, very, very simple conceit, but intriguing. And then the next game I want to play from Ciactro is the Tasty Ramen game, which was made for the Haunted PS1 community. I gotta give shoutouts to the itch.io community in general, all the games on there. If you're looking for some good, oftentimes free games to play, just go on itch, look something up. You can get it for $3. Have a fun time. But Tasty Ramen, the next one I gotta play. That's next up for me. Itch.io. You're a bit of an itchy, I don't know, itchy imp? I'm a bit of an itchy imp. Next game is Flower. This is really taking a long time, 45 minutes already, and we gotta maybe speed it up a little bit. But Flower from the developers of Journey. I thought this was a very serene, calm game. Maybe not the most meaty, but sort of when you treat it as a beautiful experience, just letting your pedals flow throughout the world, carried on the wind. It was really beautiful. It was really beautiful. Kind of not the most elegant at some parts to control, but I was very charmed by it. I don't know. Tarfai says, I like Flower. I beat that game years ago. Oh, wow. Congratulations to you. And you did it years ago. Holy moly. Holy moly. So Flower, great. It was great in my opinion. I know it's not the most, not always the most popular game from those developers, but it's definitely ranks high for me. Next is Meteos, which is another DS game, and it was, of course, directed by none other than Masahiro Sakurai, the Smash Bros. Man. So this is it's got his flair all over it, from the menus to the cutscenes to the sort of general aesthetic. But this Meteos was named the best puzzle game of 2005 according to IGN, and I learned this, of course, from the YouTuber Resonance22 channel. So I left his comment about the game here that he put in his own little video. He was really focused on all the awards it was nominated for, and I guess that is the mark of quality to him. So yep, shout outs to user Resonance22 channel. He really knew what was going on with Game of the Year 2005. So he's sort of the main historical source I look to nowadays when I'm looking for that information. But Meteos, this is like another matching puzzle game, sort of like Dynamite that I really fell in love with. It's very elegant, I thought. And there's a lot of flair to it. It feels good when you match something. There's a lot of like oomph to it when you match the pieces. So they shoot up like rockets, and it's very cool. It's very cool. I love the presentations you put together. Well, thank you. I love. Oop! I went backwards. Let's go for it. I love user Tarify is what I was gonna say. So the next game is Kula World / Roll Away. This is another game I believe I streamed. And I love this game mainly because it's the beach ball game. It's a game where you play as a beach ball, which drew me in instantly because I love round objects that bounce and bumble about. So this was like an instant hit with me. I believe the game was called Kula World in most places, and then they changed it to Roll Away, at least in the US. And I believe this was due to wokeness. I have to assume it was due to wokeness. So, but
Life, laugh, ball.
Life, love, bolo. It's so true. User Terrify says, well, I love you too, love. And then she says Kyle World. Why would they change it from Kyle World? Kyle World, that's the thing. That was such a good name. It was funny. The Kyle World name was a reference to Kai from Southern Park. They had to change it due to wokeness and copyright infringement. So, but no, this is another sort of. This is a game that's often named in like most, interesting or unique PS1 games, just because it's very ethereal. You're just playing as a beach ball in like a void, going through these puzzles. You can go straight, left, right, back. It's not 360 degrees of movement. It's just the 4 cardinal directions. But just finding the proper route through the course to get all the coins, get all the items, get to the goal, it can be pretty challenging when it gets later on, but it really ramps up the mechanics and what it includes there. So I really came to respect this beach ball game. You will respect my authority. You will respect my authority. Cartman. Cartman funny. Cartman funny, man. You a funny guy. Oh, Mona Pizza's back. I hope your toenail clipping went well. Did you save any? Haha, just kidding. Unless? So Cool World, the beach ball game. This one was... It lives in my heart in a special place. Next up on the list, there are a lot of games on this list, I'm realizing now. Yakuza 4 Remastered. This year I played both Yakuza 3 Remastered and Yakuza 4. I'm right at the ending of Yakuza 4 right now. I just need to do the finale pretty much, but I played 3 and 4 this year, and I would say I preferred 4, which is, from what I understand, not an unpopular opinion at all. But it's a very expansive game because you get to play as 4 characters. So compared to 3, you've just got the main guy Kiryu, and that's mostly in Okinawa, which that was the main draw of 3 to me, and it was sort of a tough game to get through in other aspects in terms of the combat. But 4 greatly improved a lot of things, in my opinion, and the 4 characters work well together. The story is not exactly cohesive, but it's still that classic Yakuza, bunch of fun, bundle of fun, getting bogged down by a bunch of distractions and side quests wherever you go. So, do you like Shenmue? I do like Shenmue, Mona Pizza. I've only played the first Shenmue. But that's one that I do very much enjoy. I gotta replay that game. I haven't played that in forever, but I do enjoy Shenmue as well. Hello from Connecticut. I didn't even realize Hyperactive BS was in Connecticut. Is this true? I didn't even realize this, Hyperactive. I'm really out of the loop, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my boy. But hope that's good out there. Kiryu is my favorite character. He likes disco dancing. He is a bit of a... He and Majima always go disco dancing on Friday nights, so they're doing that tonight. But first Shenmue is the best. I'll keep that in mind. I still would like to play the other 2, and I know the third one, of course, had a very troubled cycle with the Kickstarter and all that. So, but interesting games. Connecticut for Christmas. Yeah, I hope you meet Arctic's friends, Hyperactive. Nope, only Anthony Fantano. Well, that's much worse. I'm sorry. Sorry you gotta deal with that. The world is a beautiful Pingu, and I am no longer afraid to freeze in the cold winter. One thing they did in the remaster of Yakuza 4 is they did replace the original actor of a main character with a different guy due to drugs. That's it. I assume he smoked had a little bit of the devil's lettuce, and that's oftentimes enough to just get him shit canned, get their career tarnished. So they replaced the entire guy, the entire model and lines. It was cocaine, okay. I see. It couldn't just be weed. That would be a bit much. But kind of funny. They give him a visible forehead now with his new guy. Took his bangs away. So that was that. Tanimura was the character, but they tarnished him. The left guy looks more real. The left guy looks like someone you would just see on the street. Someone I could chill with. Guy on the right, he's too pretty. He's very pretty. A very pretty guy. Looks like he should be a model. And the character is a cop, a beat cop. So, he's too pretty for that work. They shrank his bangs, made him look soft. They really messed him up. Made him such a pretty boy. But that's not always a bad thing. So, Yakuza 4, I very much enjoyed it. Next up is the original Dead Space, 2008, not the remake, original Dead Space. I've been playing through this for a little bit. This is a game I was always like, well, I know if I played this, I would love it. And played it now. I had a bit of trouble with the PC port at first because the resolution started up all it was very fucked up. Let's just say that. And a lot of the objects were they had weird collision as well, just sort of glitching my game out. But once I had to apply some sort of fix from a Steam page comment or something or other, and that fixed it up. But playing it now, it holds up, man. It holds up. It is a good one. This is a good horror game. And I think when you compare it to something like Resident Evil, which I'm a big fan of, this goes more for the outright, jump scares a lot of the time, in terms of enemies, waiting outside of elevators or wherever. Someone says, Pinky, you should play Dead Space 2 so that I can finally have a partner for Dead Space 3. I gotta work through them. I would love to play Dead Space 2. Yeah, I gotta move through the series now. So, but yeah, Dead Space, can't say much other than that it is a good game. Very good game. Happy birthday, Jesus, says Hyperactive BS. Thank you, Hyperactive BS. 3 cents. Wow, 3 little bits there. I'll be sure to put that to his little fund. Put it in JC's little piggy bank. Is that your little... Are you a wise man, Hyperactive BS? Is that your gift to the baby Jesus? To the Messiah? That's very generous of you, I gotta say. So, yeah, Dead Space, I'm gonna have to keep moving through the series here, because first one, 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, 4 thumbs up, 5 thumbs up from me. Oh, no, it's my Latino friend, Jesus. Wow. I didn't know you were connected like that, Hyperactive. Who knew? Congratulations. Next on the list is, of course, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge for the GBA. This one I was pleasantly surprised by as well after being recommended to play it by Ridley GM, none other than user Ridley GM. He was like, you gotta put this one in you gotta pick this cartridge up, put it in your Game Boy, plug away at that one, and I did. And I streamed it twice and I ended up 100%ing it, even though the last hour of doing that was a bit of a struggle on my part. Self-made struggle, mostly, but this was one I was very pleasantly surprised by. Because I never hear anyone talking about it. I never hear anyone talking about this game, and usually when they do, it's very derisive. People don't seem to be a fan of this generally. But it was a good game. It was like, you could consider it a Banjo 2.5 or almost a straight up Banjo 3E. So, it was sort of limited, of course, by just the GB in general being, 2D, having that overhead perspective. It could be a bit confusing at times, but that's just the nature of the hardware. I did have one major gripe with this game in that Tip Top was nowhere to be seen. The character of Tip Top was MIA. He has his little hovercraft, that little turtle fella on the right. Where was that swaggy little freak? Where was he? He was nowhere to be found. And this is something I was shocked by. Because in the game, you visit Tip Top's pad, and I have a theory as to what happened to little Tip Top. I have a little theory, and I've made an artist's rendition here of what I believe happened to Tip Top the turtle. I believe he was sadly and unjustly executed for, well, his many crimes, let's just put it that way. You go to his pad in the game, and it's looking like a den of just horrors and crime. It's not a place I would like to hang out at for so long. But this is what I do believe happened to him. It's very sad. I do almost shed a damn tear thinking about it, thinking about how he was so tragically killed completely. You think about how they describe killing horses. Oftentimes they call it destroying the horses. They say, we're going to destroy this horse. They don't kill it, they destroy it completely. Any Any trace of it is gone. I think pretty much the same thing happened to Tip Top. He was completely destroyed. He was rendered non-existent. All of his bodily materials were transformed into some other substance, I have to think. You know, basically turned into glue or paste. It is tragic. It is a tragedy what happened to poor Tip Top the turtle, so. But he kind of deserved it. He kind of deserved it. And they were, let's just say, exactly, they were cleaning up the mess. They were cleaning up the mess of his crimes, so. Tip Top, I'm sorry, but you had to go, my friend. You had to go. Moving on, Diver's Dream. This was another PS1 game that I checked out, sort of an obscure one. They of course had a guy's granddaughter in the game who was a buxom babe, and the main draw of it, though, and it was developed by Konami, is you get to swim in the deep ocean blue, oftentimes with a dolphin, or not really oftentimes. I saw more sharks than dolphins. But yeah, hi Olivia. Want to go for a dive with me? Man, we can take a hop on my waterbed, get a little drenched. So, I mean, this was another very interesting game. I often see mentioned on lists like this of most interesting or unique PS1 games, obscure ones. Diver's Dream, and I think they called it Dolphin's Dream in the US. But this is another one where it's got like strange RPG mechanics to it, where you have equipment, and then the second part of the game is you're actually controlling yourself underwater. So it could be a little clunky too at times, especially with the starting equipment. But we were getting wet like Fifu, let's just say there, when you're swimming under the ocean, underneath the ocean, in the ocean, I should say. But it do make you go hee hee hoo hoo.
Water is making a big splash. Wow.
Wow. Wow indeed. I don't know what else to say other than wow. Wowie zowie. Oh, hyperactive BS is okay out there in the Connecticut land. Good lord, I had no clue. So Diver's Dream, Dolphin Dream, pretty good. Whose anime was swimming in the Caribbean? And Olivia was hiding behind a rock? Damn, probably like a little siren. Next game, Mr. Mosquito. I see I cut off the box art there, so it just says Mr. Mesquite, which is maybe a better game. They should have called it that. But Mr. Mosquito, PS2, sort of quirky classic. Got your family. This is sort of a game for perverts, you might say. Because there are a lot of scenes where the daughter character is taking a bath or whatever. She's got her friend over and you're suckling on her boobs. So it's kind of freaky, but you know what can you say that other than at the end of the day we're all suckling from the same teat, so can't really blame the little mosquito fella for doing any of that, right? Getting that, you know, we're all getting that liquid of life, that juice of life, that milk of life, sort of a mana, you might say. So I can't really be too upset about that. This is a game with a very interesting control scheme, sort of a lot of circling your joysticks around, making a lot of strange motions to simulate the sucking of blood. I thought the flight controls, because you control the mosquito obviously, were surprisingly refined and intricate and well thought out. So it was overall a very impressive game to me, and it has a lot of that quirkiness to it that I love. So 2 thumbs up again from me. Two stamens up from me. I don't know what that thing is. Stinger? I don't know what the scientific term for his little stinger is, but there you go. I love the color options in Mosquito. I'd love that too. You can unlock color schemes for the Mosquito. Does anyone remember the song, Oh, I Wish I Were a Little Mosquito? Oh, I wish I were a little mosquito. I'd go bitey, bitey, bitey under everybody's nighty. Oh, I wish I were a little mosquito. Proboscis, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Ridley Jim. Proboscis, that's the word. How many streams of Mr. Mosquito did you do? I probably did 3? I want to say 3. There was one where I got stuck on the end of the game and then I came back and finished it along with Jumping Flash 2. But I had to play it off stream a little bit at one point to sort of build up my health. But I would guess 3, I don't remember exactly, but it was a couple at least. Whatever happened to Throbbing Thursday? Arctic Throbbing Thursday is going to make a comeback in 2024. If you would like to contribute any material to that, feel free. 2024 is going to be the year of the throbber. We're all going to throb hard in 2024. I hope, I really do hope, quite sincerely. Will we ever see Wiggler Wednesday again? God willing, we will never see that again. We'll never see that again. Never again a Wiggler Wednesday. That was heinous, what they did for that holiday. So, Mr. Mosquito, great. I just got a strange message I got it about 15 minutes ago on the Steam platform from a certain nefarious individual who's hurling insults my way, which I will not take the bait. Next game is Kudu Kudu Kudurin on the GBA, sort of similar to Irritating Stick, where you're playing a little long spaceship, thin little spaceship, and you're constantly rotating, and you got to navigate it through a maze. This was another one I was pleasantly surprised by. I had never played it before. I'd only heard of it in passing, and I checked it out, and man, this one is pretty addictive. I know they made a couple sequels too, but this original one, it can get pretty tough just navigating this thing through because you have so little control on your movement. You're just constantly spinning, so you gotta be sure to angle yourself properly and get the timing down and all that. So, but Ridley Jim, yeah, you would love to play this one, I bet. I remember you liked this one, but another very unique game, right? You've got Irritating Stick, which is similar to this, and then this game. These are really the only 2 games like it that I can think of. So, but yeah, Ridley Jim, I will not say what that message I got was. It was sort of hate mail I got on the Steam platform, Steam messaging platform. So, if someone's giving you a hard time, I'll take care of them. Okay, Prince Anime, I'll have to give you the deets about the address of this person and all their private info and their social security number, so you can just sort of eliminate them completely, please. Did I get another one? I didn't. I hope I didn't get another one. Oh, I guess I did. Okay, that one's even worse than the first. Wow, can't believe I'm getting so much vitriol thrown at me tonight. And I won't say from who. I shan't. And this is another game very true to RFI with more color options, which is very important for a game where you want to play a little bit of dress up, have a little bit of fun with customizing your character. Very fun in that regard. What character from this year had the most Riz? That's a good question. I think it was probably Gollum. Who had the most Riz. He was looking really, I'll say this about Gollum. He was looking fucking nasty this year. He was looking just fucking putrid, you know? If I saw that guy, I would, there's the age-old joke about beating that thing to death with a hammer. I would beat Gollum to death with a hammer if I saw him on the street roaming around. He should not be allowed to exist with the way he's looking. Good God. Such a greasy little freak. So sorry to him, but I guess he was the character with the least Riz. Least charisma. So that doesn't really answer the question, but maybe that ape right there on screen now, that blurry pixelated ape we have here, he was kind of rizful. Merry Rizmas. George Santos had a lot of riz too. He was, I'm gonna get a cameo from him for all my closest friends and loved ones for the Christmas holiday. Monkey had a lot of riz. Next game, Red Dead 2, Red Dead Redemption 2. I've been playing throughout the year this game on PC, playing the single player campaign, and it is just massive. I haven't gotten anywhere near to finishing it yet, but it is just fun to roam around there, of course, and be in the world of the game. It is impressive, and I know one of the things that a lot of people complain about with this game is it's almost too intricate, the animations and everything. In terms of when you collect an item, you gotta reach up to the cupboard, take the item out, put it in your satchel, boom. It takes a couple seconds, but it is just quite an accomplishment. You gotta take that into account too, how impressive it really is. But Prince Anime, that's true. I was right there with you. I spent more time installing it than playing it. This game in Fortnite, spent about 27 days installing it, getting all the updates put in, and then a couple hours playing it. And so that's the main draw, is the installation process. I love to watch that bar go up. So, and then I did play a little bit of the online mode with a certain little cowboy. We had a little bit of fun there. That was pretty fun. So thanks to that gamer for playing with me. Ridley Gem was listening to somewhat pish right now. I wish I could hear that too. Can you share an audio file of that, MP3? And Arctic says he has Riz. I guess that's true. Arctic was the character with the most Riz of the year. I guess. I can't deny that. I've been waiting for that Arctic show to come back, but I guess I know why it's been on hiatus. Is because of his little COVID scare. Poor guy. Poor little guy. That's sad. What can you do though? What can you do? It was about a year ago I had COVID myself. For the first and only time. Next up, this game needs no introduction. They should make this into a multiplayer experience where you can roam the worlds of Super Mario RPG. Where you can, if they made this sort of a massively multiplayer game where you can sing Super Mario RPG, it is my only one just for thee. Every week I love to pop in this game. And on my GameCube I love to play. There are many secrets in this game world. This song is so somber. It's fitting how somber it is. I mean, look at that plumber. Look at that plumber. He don't happy. He not happy. He returns in a wild new role-playing adventure, but at what cost? I don't know. But they should make this game. They really should. This is a game. This one makes everyone stronger. This is a game that makes everyone stronger when you play it. I should actually describe the game a little bit. This was really the first Mario game to pay attention to actually making the characters and having like fun with that, and having fun with the world, So this was like Squaresoft at its finest, and this is like a sort of the last hurrah before the split between Square and Nintendo, before Square stopped developing on their systems and moved over to Sony for a long time. This was like the last gasp of greatness from that collaboration, so it's a really good one to play. And at the time, I can't even imagine what a treat this was, how incredible it was to experience this. But It holds up, and that's of course why they remade it very unexpectedly this year. One of the most unexpected gaming developments is when they remade this game this year. It's just such an oddball game. Everything is like off-model and off-brand. A lot of the characters are original creations from Square, which you'd think wouldn't fly nowadays with modern Nintendo, but they brought the game back. So there's so much love with this game, and my finale stream of it was like 5.5 hours long. I was playing it late into the night on a Wednesday when I had work the next day, so that's how you know that I was enjoying it. Man, it was a good one. It was a good one. I miss when games were made with love. I do too. Games these days, so few are made with true love. I think the games that are made with love, I was talking about Ciactro earlier, I think they are made with genuine love. But a lot of games are just pumped out. That's why I play a lot of NHL 2K, NBA 95 every day. FIFA. Next game, Sega Marine Fishing on the this was on the Dreamcast, or I gotta double check this actually. Can't remember if it was on the Dreamcast or Saturn. It was on the Dreamcast, so Sega Marine Fishing, sort of a follow-up to Sega Bass Fishing, which I also love very much, but this is just like the quintessential fishing game, arcade fishing game, where instead of focusing on sort of boring realism, you crucially do battle with the fish after you select your casting point. You get a hook, line and sinker. You reel it in your dune battle. It's very arcadey, trying to get your score up, and it's all about that atmosphere, that environment, collecting those fish, selecting your casting point. So another game we just made with so much soul. Really, again, warmed the cockles of my heart. Really increased my heart 3 sizes that day. What do you say, Shul? What do you say, Shul? Arcade. You know how we do. And then, of course, we gotta have them. We gotta have them on here. Jumping Flash 1, Jumping Flash 2. We're putting them on the list. These are high up. High up for games we played in 2023 that didn't come out this year. You know we're putting them on. And these games were only made higher by, moved higher up in my estimation because of some gifts I got. Yeah, some books. Some books concerning these games I got from someone, a little egghead I'm familiar with, and that I treasure greatly. So, original Jumping Flash was a launch PS1 game, and the fact that it did so much for basically the first time, this sort of 3D first-person platforming with FPS elements, it does a lot, and it holds up so incredibly well. It's just like shocking how playable it is still. So genuinely amazing game. And Jumping Flash 2 just continues it. Just continues that greatness. So these were among my favorite games that I played this year that came out, that in a different year, that are older games. So these are definitely near the top of my list. Eggmania. Among. And of course, number 1 was Among Us. No, just kidding. It's a 2-way tie between Bug and Artie Lightfoot. Of course, we gotta have Bug on here. Who doesn't love Bug? And Artie Lightfoot, man, that was another great one. Of course, Artie Lightfoot. Everyone loves Artie Lightfoot. Man, these are 2 stone cold classics. Just kidding. These Bug sucked. Bug sucks. I'll say this: Bug is garbage. Bug can bug out, bug off. Jeez. Terrible game. Artie Lightfoot is better. It's good. Artie Lightfoot's good. I'll leave it at that. But no, that was just a goof. That was just a goof. Moving on to the next section now. Arctic says, oh, also, love when something warms my cockholes. Okay, you little deviant. Don't say shit like that in my chat room. You little prevert. Just kidding. I'll allow it. I'll even pin the message. I'll pin that one. What? Oh, so true. So very true. So now we're moving on to another confusingly named category. I should have just not been goofing around and actually given these proper section names. These are games that came out in 2023 that I didn't play, but I wish I had, and that I still want to play. Okay. First one is Blanc, which is this sort of looked to be a very artsy game. I don't know how well it actually held up when it came out, how good the gameplay actually was. But the aesthetic was enough to draw me in and draw a lot of people in. Sort of like I don't know, Fox and the Hound situation where it's a little dog and a little deer running around the world and you solve puzzles together. So this is one that I was definitely interested in just from the aesthetics. Number 1 Gollum, just you wait, just you wait. You say that now, just you wait. Next game, World of Horror. This is a horror game. It was very. It's been compared to Junji Ito and sort of Lovecraftian stuff. A lot of horror elements to it. I don't know much about this game other than it is. It's sort of a 1-bit take on horror experiences. Compared very very favorably to Junji Ito, and taken after him. So. Another one that I would like to play. A Dredge. This is sort of a fishing boat game. I don't know what you want to call it. But there was I know this had a crossover with Dave the Diver actually this year. And this is another one where it's just sort of very Lovecraftian. I know it was compared to. And I know, Hyperactive is a fan. Just got to give me the deets on this game, but this is on my wish list, definitely of one to pick up and check out. A little repetitive, but good. That's good info. I'll lock that in, lock that away. But yeah, that's enough for me to want to check it out. People need to find more things to make comparisons to. Is that true? Yeah, I would agree with that. I just saw everyone comparing the World of Horror game to Junji Ito. And I guess it's true. And Lovecraftian. People have compared this game to Lovecraft, people compared this game to Lovecraft. It's like those are the two horror things you can compare it to. Junji Ito or Lovecraft stuff. So it's not that impossible to comprehend then. Exactly, yeah. I mean, this is very comprehensible. You got a boat, you got a lighthouse. This is a little less comprehensible, right? There's maybe some stuff going on here, but not everything can be Lovecraftian, people. It's very true. It's a good point, Larify. Lovecraft. Pingu, I'd love to know your thoughts on the film The Lighthouse. I haven't seen it, Arctic. I haven't seen it. That's another thing I want to see. I want to experience. I know they got my boys in there. They got Mr. Pattinson in there. They got all the fellas in there. So that's one I would love to watch. That's a black and white experience. Lovecraftian horror you can't fully comprehend. Okay, but everything is described in that way, so maybe you guys need to use your brains more, maybe. Me being mean moment. Tarify is a bit of a hater. Bit of a hater moment. I love when Tarify hates. So savagely. So viscerally. A tad love craping. I take a lovely crap every day is what I'll say. The ultimate hater, user Tarify. It's true that it's so true. People just gotta, either find original things, original ways to describe their products. Usually it's other people describing a work in some way, not the creator. But, just come up with original descriptions. Okay, not everything needs to be a comparison or a simile, It can be just its own original thing, its own aesthetic or whatever. So, I don't know. I agree. But next game, I wish I had played. Sea of Stars. This one got surprisingly high praise from a lot of people, despite being, JRPG styled, turn-based RPG. And I guess it's in the world of The Messenger, which I think that's what I played. I didn't play much of it if I did, but I get sort of The Messenger and a couple other games confused. But apparently it's in the same world as that one. So I don't know anything about the lore, but I've just heard this is a great, turn-based RPG if you're into that sort of thing nowadays. Even people who have gotten sick of that formula, I've heard praise that this is a really, really great RPG in that form. So, one to check out if you're into that. Cosmic horror, that's a good general catch-all term for that sort of thing too. Hyperactive. Everything's got to be marketable. Everything's got to be palatable. Everything's got to be easy to swallow. Can't be complicated. Can't be confusing. Of course, we got to have Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD remaster on this list. Man, who doesn't love these games? Ugh. Baten Kaitos was sort of a GameCube JRPG. And sort of a cult classic, and then they remastered them this year, put the two games into a collection. And I believe Namco is behind them, if I'm not mistaken. But these are sort of part of that lineage that I've always been wanting to check out too. These two games, they're just sprawling and expansive, and it was another surprising gaming event when they put out the remaster of them this year. So. Another one to check out if you're into very, very long JRPGs. Alan Wake 2, of course. Alan Wake, the original. I played that, a couple of years back recently, not too long ago. And that was of course a Xbox Live Arcade storefront online digital download classic game with Mr. Alan Wake, and you go back to the original nowadays, the combat is not great. It's not great. You've got your flashlight, you got your guns, you're shooting your shadow creatures, collecting coffee thermoses and all that, but it's really about the narrative they're weaving there and the horror atmosphere they're telling, which Alan Wake, to be fair, this is one series where it's appropriate to make quite a few comparisons, The most obvious one is Stephen King and Twin Peaks. Those two are very obvious. They wear they wear their heart on their sleeve with this game in terms of their inspirations. So there's a lot of stuff that Alan Wake is inspired by very, very clearly and very openly, but they put their own twist on it. And Alan Wake 2, I've heard it might be Remedy's best game yet, so this is one I just simply didn't have the time to get to this year, but man, what an experience I've heard. What a thing I wanna check out. So Alan Wake 2, that's that. And then of course we gotta have Super Mario RPG on the list again, the remake. This is the thing. I finished the original Mario RPG on the Super Nintendo. I was like, I would play that again. I almost want to play the remake. I almost bought the remake. And I was like, no, I can't do that. It's $60. It's $60. I'm not doing that. But man, I almost did it. I was tempted. I want to play the game again. Mario RPG, get in his little world. Just a great experience. So, it's just showed the fact that they remade the game at all, how beloved it is, despite being so far out of the ballpark of what Nintendo would even allow today with their characters. So incredible. I was tempted to buy the remake. I was, but I didn't. Puzzle Bobble, every bubble, every bubble gotta check out this one. Every bubble gotta hop on Puzzle Bobble. Puzzle Bobble. Bust a Move. It's known by many names. Another great puzzle game that I want to check out. I've enjoyed past Bubble Bobble and Puzzle Bobble games and all that. I think this one was sort of multiplayer oriented, so but I'm always looking for a great little puzzler to unwind to, so this seemed like another one to do just that to. So perhaps in the future I'll be chilling out with my little dragon friends. I think they're named Bub and Bob, right? Bub and Bob, like Bubble Bobble. Bit of a pun there. And then, of course, we gotta include Japan Train Models JR East Edition. We gotta include Japan Train Models. This is a game I sort of looked into on a lark a couple months ago. I heard about it on Twitter.com, and someone was like, hey, this train game is surprisingly good. You can make your own little train sets and models and put them all together and have a little play set, basically. And I was like, well, I'm not really a train guy. I'm not really, well, I guess you could call me a bit of a conductor, because I did once have a job where I drove a baby train, of course, for small children. But generally, I'm not like a train guy. There are some people who are really into trains. You know, that's their main interest. I'm not like that, but for some reason this sort of drew me in the description I heard about it, so perhaps I'll get in that conductor's booth once again. You are such a train guy? Man. I guess a little bit. But those days are long behind me. I'll have to don the cap again and hop back into the seat. Train! Next game I wish I had played, Master Detective Archives Raincode. Boy, that's a mouthful. This is basically Danganronpa 4. You know, this is made by the Danganronpa guy. They're not making any more of those games for whatever reason, so the creator sort of took it upon himself to make a spiritual successor. So basically what this is, I've played the first 3 Danganronpa games. And I got into them thanks to thermal pollution, really, for the most part. And I thoroughly enjoyed all 3 of them. And this is one I'm like, well, I hope they say "Oh Mario" in it. And I hope Mario dies in it. I hope a portly plumber dies in it. But this is one where it's like, well, I've enjoyed the games that it's based on. I guess I should check this out at some point, because I feel like it didn't do well critically or financially. Critically, it probably did well enough, but I feel like it sold about 5 copies, if I had to guess. So that's kind of a shame, but I'll be adding one more to that total at some point. Etrian Odyssey Origins Collection, you know we gotta include this one too. Etrian Odyssey games. Some of them were on the DS, and the main hook of them was you were sort of drawing your own map on the bottom screen as you explored dungeons, pretty much. So I don't know if the dungeons were randomly generated or what, but you were sort of exploring them and mapping them out on your own. And I was curious how they translated that to the Switch, which is where the collection came out. So this was another very out of left field collection that they remastered this year. Pizza Tower, this is another one based very heavily on Wario Land. But with a pizza flair, you control Pizza Man and you run around. There's the animations for this game, out of this world. The artistic flair they got in every little frame of the characters blurting about and running around. Seems like a great platformer. Another one I would love to play. I love pizza. I love a little bit of pizza pie. Paranormal. This is I have been hearing a lot about this game in recent days. I heard about it very little when it came out, and it seems like recently people are sort of revisiting this at the end of the year. And they're like, this is a surprisingly good, like, visual novel experience, sort of based in if you've ever played like the Famicom Detective Club game, sort of in that vein, that milieu, you might say. So, interesting game, I guess. I was surprised that people were picking up what this one was putting down so much, but I did hear that the creator sucks of Pizza Tower. I've heard that too, but I don't really know the specifics. And at the same time, it's like, well, if you dig deep enough, you can probably find a lot to be upset about with a lot of game creators, I'm sure. I'm saying that and I don't really know what he did, but I believe that he sucks. Another game, Jusant. This is a game where you just climb a big tall tower. There have been a weird amount of games like this year where you just climb up a tower, sort of like Grow Home. There was Only Up, that was the big one, and then there were a bunch of knockoffs. And then this one, I don't think it was trying to be, a knockoff of it, because it would have been in development for too long to really take notes from it. But I guess the title is a little bit of French in there. So just you're climbing an impossibly tall tower. I believe that's the main thing of this game, in this ruined wasteland. So a weird amount of games like that this year, I will say. Grow Home is so good, says Hyperactive BS. Grow Home is great. Grow Home's great with love the arms. More games should have you control your limbs separately. I'll take any excuse to pirate a game. Yeah, pirate Pizza Tower if you want to play it. If you want to play Pizza Tower, find it on, I don't know, find a download, find a torrent on Internet Archive. That's where you'll find it, I'm sure, yeah. Some of the problems with Pizza Tower was that his beliefs are evident in a lot of... Oh, yeah, they're sort of caricatures, yeah. Yeah, that's problematic. It's like you gotta... I mean, that's the thing, separating the art from the artist. You gotta do that the best you can, and I think... I mean, if you don't do that, you're really not going to be able to enjoy a lot of media, but... I mean, maybe don't support that guy financially if you can help it, But people who pirate things deserve to get good head. There, I said it. Excuse my language. Jesus. Let's pin that. Little glimpse into the mindset of user Tarfa here, especially in recent days. Next game is well, they just keep getting stranger and stranger. This one is Error Game Reset. You might think it's pronounced 404 Game Reset, but it's 404 like the error. And you look at this and you might think, boy, this is another generic anime game. Well, you might be partially right, but this was a mobile game made by Sega, and the weird thing about this game is that each anime girl is sort of it's sort of like a Sega game franchise come to life. So you have like Virtua Fighter. The concept of Virtua Fighter becomes an anime girl. And I'm sure like Shenmue is one in there, probably like Outrun, probably all those games. So I think it was a gacha game as well, but yeah, exactly like the Tom and Jerry gacha game. But just like a very unique concept, and Yoko Taro worked on it, which, funny enough, we're hearing a song from one of his games right now. But this was just like really was weird to me, and they have like Namco franchises in there too. I think Pac-Man shows up probably as an anime babe. It's just very, very, very weird. But they already shut it down. They're already shutting down the game in 2024 in like January. So it didn't last long. Didn't last too long. Less than a year. Don't know if it'll even be playable, but shut down. But man, what an interesting concept. Dead Space remake. I'm just putting this on here because I've enjoyed the first Dead Space so much. I'm like, I'd love to move on to the remake as well. Even though the remake of Dead Space doesn't seem to depart that much from the original, but 15 years difference in a game. I mean, naturally it'll have improved somewhat and they'll have changed a lot of things, so not much to mention here other than that I've been enjoying the original Dead Space and would love to play the remake too. Mr. Sun's Hatbox. This is another one I heard a lot about on podcasts, and I probably wouldn't have heard about otherwise. This is sort of a 2D platformer where you sort of capture your enemies and you get hats, and that sort of changes the mechanics of how you play. But very, you got sort of the Fultons like Metal Gear Solid 5 almost. But Mr. Sun's Hatbox. I don't know. I've just heard it's a good 2D platformer with that interesting mechanic. So, Tarfest says, I think one time I watched a Dead Space anime or movie, but I can't remember. Interesting. Oh, Battle in Waterworld. Oh, Battle in Waterworld. I should have put that on my list. Battle in Wonderworld. Now that's a game. That's a game of all time. Boy howdy. Curse Crackers, another one I wouldn't have heard about if not for some of the podcasts I listened to, but this one got a lot of praise on them as well. And I haven't looked into it too much besides hearing that it's a great 2D platformer with a lot of charm to it. So I don't know if there's any like main twist to it or whatnot, but I've heard it's just sort of a great one to look out for. So one I've added to my list. Prince Anime watched it too. It was really forgettable if you did watch it, or if it does exist. That's interesting. Maybe that'll be a bit of a movie night. I hate to take a break here, but I do gotta take a piddle. I do gotta take a piddle quick. Just a quick piddle. Get myself a drink, and then I will return quickly. So we'll leave the tunes on while I piddle. Take a piss. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Fratello, è tutto armatato. E tutte le cotture catturate sono sempre da chiese. Oppure ancora un bravo ancora dietro, ma torno non mi dai suona per la chiesa. Perfetto, con si sta cottura con la foto che sarà ora creato. Foto notturni, da notturna la senato una canale, la serata non ne rappresentano infiniti. E pure tutto, è sembrete. Ah no, si ne deve, però ponete non tonete. Ah, va bene, sotto pure mentre passano per sotto da euro. Ah, sono buono, tonete, e motore fatto tutto in secca tutta. Ma che per tutto armato? Ma se non rompo tonori, grappato. Tutto lavato, la metto. Guarda, non vedo, non vado lì, e ma tutto rapeto, non ne vedo tutto la macchina pato. Non tetto, non sono matto, rompo con la pepero. O tutti la vedo. O me la tutto, lo so reparo. Let's go, little guys! Woohoo! Yippee! Waha! Here we go! Gotcha! We did it! Good job, little guy! Hey, come back here! No, you don't! No, you don't!
Nintendo brings another classic to the Super NES with this innovative and charming game, featuring morphmation technology that is truly stunning. Super Mario World 2 is far better than the less than pleasing Super Mario World that was released back in 1991.
Are you okay? Stop! Not again! Here we go again! Woohoo! Come back here, you big monkey! Oh, here we go! Again! Oh, mamma mia, tutto rapato! Hey, it's okay! Don't cry! Here, you like it? It's me, Mario! What are you doing? What's going on here? Mario versus Donkey Kong! Way to go! Good job! Oh, it's all you, baby! Let's get going! Mamma mia! Mamma mia! Mamma mia! Hurry! Spaghetti! Ravioli! Well, that was sure fun. I had a great time. Oh, the engineering. Mamma mia.
We're back now. I'm sorry this presentation is so long. Next year,
everybody. Oh, yeah, don't forget to thank Mr.
A little bit shorter,
Charles Martinet. Nice
I'm
Italian
around.
boy. Thank you very much for playing my games. You know, I gotta say, it's
Thank
nice
you so
to have
much.
little mini Mario.
For to play my games.
Yeah, mamma mia. Time's up.
Listen to that guy. So, We'll try to move a little quicker from now on. I hope next year's is 5 hours long. I appreciate that, Torify. I would love to spend 5 hours with you or more. So the Playdate. The Playdate is a little system with a crank that's sort of like a Game Boy that came out a few years back. And they've been putting games out consistently for this thing. It's sort of, I guess you would call it a boutique gaming handheld. And of course the crank is the main weird gimmick to it. But I love to crank it too, Arctic. You and me were right there cranking our... Never mind about that, jeez. But, a couple games I would love to play for it. I think the Fish and Feathers game is sort of an older one. Didn't come out this year. But I know they've been putting out a lot of games even this year for it, so Recommendation Dog might have been one of those. But the Fish and Feathers game is sort of like Bird and Beans. Meg's Monster, this is sort of an Undertale game, bit of an Undertale. And this yet another podcast game that I've heard about. Kept hearing about it on my podcast, and I have heard that this is a gut-wrenching game, an emotional game that will make you cry. It looks like a little baby game. Just kidding. But you will cry, is what I've heard. You will cry at this game. You'll shed a tear or two, or three, when you play Meg's Monster, the Undertale Journey. What podcast do you listen to? I listen to Tutti Frutti Gaming official podcast, Real and True. I listen to other such stuff. I listen to Remap Radio. That's one I recommend. I listen to Triple Click. Those are a couple of video game podcasts I recommend. Those are good ones if you're looking for some video game podcasts. Baldur's Gate 3, huge game. I did not even try to get into this one this year. I was like, nope, that'll be too long for me. There's too many games this year, so I had to opt out of it. But this isn't even a type of game I would necessarily play, but it's just, it's the game of the year. So it's like, well, I know I would enjoy it. But Larian, man, they've had quite a banner year. So maybe if there's ever a huge lull in releases, like might happen next year, I don't know. Maybe there will be time for it if I can set aside about 300 hours. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, does this even count? I don't know. It's just a collection of Metal Gear games. I think when they get to the Volume 2 of the collection, it'll be even more interesting because it'll probably have Metal Gear Solid 4, which is trapped on PS3 right now. Only way to play that game, but, still, this first collection here bringing back a lot of the games, including some of the, got the MSX version of Metal Gear, and a lot of weird versions of the games too, so great little bundle. But I hear there's not a lot of historical work put into it in terms of making it a real encyclopedia or whatever in terms of the games. There's not a lot of context for them at all. Not a lot of extra fluff to them. You just get the games mostly. Dave the Diver, another surprise hit, everyone's favorite indie game. Very contentious game in terms of that categorization. But this is a game that I've heard goes places. You start out with one main mechanic of getting your sushi or whatever, getting your fish caught. And then it sort of opens up and has a couple twists and turns. Hyperactive BS played this game. Another good but repetitive game, right there with Dredge. Fitting that they had the crossover then. So, I guess play it as long as you can stomach it. But, I don't know, look at that portly gentleman right there. That must be Mr. Dave. So he's having a laugh. He looks like a jolly gentleman. So you catch the fish and you run the restaurant too, is what I understand. Next game, Final Fantasy 16. I had to put this on here. I did not play it. I don't have a PS5. I am not looking to get a PS5 anytime soon. Just don't need one because this is like the only exclusive that I would even consider buying it for right now. But I'll wait until it comes to PC because you know it will eventually. Probably early next year if I had to guess. It'll come out on PC. But weird year for Final Fantasy, I guess. Not the most highly praised game. It had its missteps, I guess, sort of in a different way from 15. But you know, it's not very often that you get another mainline entry. I don't know how long it's been since 15. It's been like, when did that come out? 2017? 2016? It's been 6 or 7 years between games, so something new on there. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his game, the winner of the most cumbersome title award, the Mouthful Award. What a name! First of all, let's dissect this. You've got Like a Dragon. That's what they changed the name of the Yakuza series to. The Yakuza games are now called Like a Dragon, because that's essentially what the name of the series was in Japan. So they finally started calling the games that here for whatever reason. 7 main entries in. Gaiden signifies it's a spin-off, it's a side story. Okay. Then you've got The Man Who Erased His Name. You've got like 3 parts to the title here. So sort of an interquel, short little Yakuza game with Kiryu, yet again. And the only reason I didn't play this one is because I haven't played up to the point where, where it takes place. So I don't want to spoil myself on some of the story elements. But once I get there, I'll be picking this one up. And we're finally through. Okay, we're into our last category now, pretty much. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I know it's a real, just sort of test of our own stamina and endurance. But we gotta give props. Gotta give props to the year that was, right? So finally, we're at the 2023 games that came out this year that I did play and that I did enjoy. So these came out this calendar year. First one, Hi-Fi Rush. This was a surprise drop of a game from Tango Gameworks, sort of a Bethesda studio. And it was sort of a rhythm game, action rhythm game, where when you do attacks on the beat of the song, you get bonus damage. And you get your combo up and all that, and then you get graded on how well you did at the end of a bout. Arctic says, "Oh, I did destroy Ganondorf the other day. I'm right at the precipice of doing that same thing, Arctic. I'm right at the precipice, you might say, right on the edge, right on the brink. I'm just about there. So hopefully before the end of the year, I do that. But yeah, Hi-Fi Rush, just a solid game. I don't know if there were times when I didn't really feel compelled to continue playing it because it was just sort of a lot of the same stuff, and I feel like the level design wasn't really conducive to the type of gameplay they were trying to, put forth. There's a lot of weird diversions to little pockets of the levels where collectibles were, where you could pick them up, so kind of weird. YouTube playlist paused. But I still enjoyed it. I still ended up enjoying it, despite all that. So that shows that it was pretty well made. And the music was, of course, a big focal point. They had a lot of licensed songs. What did they have? They had Zwan in the credits. I know they probably had, I don't know what else. They had 9 Inch Nails, I bet. Jedi Survivor got so sucked by all the massive releases this year. Yeah. I forgot about that game when that was ever like mentioned in any of the 2023 releases. I was like, oh, that came out this year. In any other year, that would be like up there as a game of the year contender, I'm sure. But now it's like a footnote, It's kind of crazy. Just goes to show how good a year this was, in my humble onion, and in a lot of people's onions. Not an unpopular opinion about how good a year this was for games. In terms of releases, not in terms of the industry itself. In terms of, well, the number of layoffs and other factors. Now this is a funny one right here. This is a game you can find on itch.io. Itch.io. It's called Dreamcore 95 Idle. If you're looking for an idle game, sort of a clicker game, that has an ending, you know, you'll finish it in about an hour and a half. It's unique in that way. It has an ending. This is one with sort of a Dreamcore Windows 95 aesthetic. I don't really get into these games, but I was instantly drawn into it, and I had to finish it. I was like, I'm gonna just finish this, just play this in one sitting, and I did, and it was enjoyable. It was just, you know, it was mostly about the aesthetic, but it was really good at that. So, if you're looking for one of those that you can complete, check it out. I recommend it, and it's free. Sprite is my favorite Eternal. Isn't that so wacky that they named that little gal after a sody pop? What the hell were they thinking there? Moving on, bloody hell, if you've played Hades, you'll probably like this game. And this one's free too, by the way. This one you can get on, I think it's on Steam. You can play this on Steam and it's free. But it's very much like Hades in that same, again, milieu. I know we talked about, you know, not making comparisons to things, but there are some games here where the comparisons are obvious and should be made, maybe, because that's the most obvious touch point I have. But it is very much like Hades in that it's sort of a roguelite. Maybe not as many light elements as Hades, not as much actual progression outside of the actual battles, but sort of that same thing. It's maybe more linear than Hades in that I think it's a set map. It's not randomly generated each time you go, and you're working towards an end point. So, but this was a good one, and it was such a treat that it was free too. I think they should charge money for it because it's really good. And it's quite quality. It's quite quality, I say. Comparisons are helpful descriptor shorthand. That's a good point, Hyperactive. I think they are good, helpful descriptor shorthand. Okay. What happened to the music? Oh, there we go. You know we gotta put the Suika game on here. You know we gotta put the Suika game on here. We gotta put it on here. The watermelon game? Oh boy, oh boy. I'm going like that. Fuck this game. Fuck this game, lol. Hyperactive was having a bit of a rageful moment. He was going, you know how he was going? He was going like this. He was doing that when he was playing Suika game, I bet. I haven't played Suika game in a little bit because I got probably the highest score I'll ever get, which is like 3,300, and then I just stopped there after I got the watermelon. I played it so long without getting the watermelon, and then I finally did, and I got like 3,300, and I was like, that's a good one. Good one. I was like, I'll never top it. I'll never top this. So I was like, okay. But man, another little surprise hit, huh? This was really the VTuber game of the year, I guess. I was pogging out the entire time I played this. I was encouraging all my friends and loved ones to hop on Suika game, as I was encouraged by the influencers and VTubers to hop on. Actually, this is another one I heard about on a podcast, I'm pretty sure. I had not heard about any VTubers playing this game or it being streamed on Twitch until I heard about it on a podcast, I think. So, at that point I was like, well, it's gotta be decent, and it's pretty good. And there were a million knockoffs of it, but this in itself is just sort of a knockoff of 2048. not really a knockoff, but inspired by another comparison. But watermelon game, you know I had to get that watermelon up in my gullet. Pingu pogging out, popping out. Are you a bit of a pogger, user Tarfied? Do you ever pog? I bet you pog sometimes. I've seen you pog before. I think I have a photo of you pogging. Spilling my drink all over myself. That's how you know I'm pogged out. I'm walked out. Walked out like Wonka. Yeah. I kicked Connor 4-4 ass in 8-Ball. That's the true game of the year. 8-Ball, but specifically the match where you defeat Connor 4-4, that evildoer. It is always a good day when you get to kick Connor 4-4's ass. Next game, of course, we gotta put Pikmin 2 on here. We gotta put Pikmin 2. They put out the remaster on Switch this year, so I'm including it. I believe it or not, I played through and 100%ed the re-release of Pikmin 2 on Switch. I did that because I'm a freak, and I don't know why I did it. Every time I pick up that game, I can't stop playing it. I just love that game so much, Pikmin 2. And Pikmin 1, I'm a fan of, but not as much. Not as much, because it is, it was the first game, obviously, and they're figuring out a lot of the AI and pathing and behaviors for Pikmin, and it's a little more janky. But Pikmin 2, I love, even though it's full of just absolute bullshit. I'll say that. Pingu, we met through Pikmin 2. Did you know that? I did know that. That's how I found you. And I'm very happy for it. And that, let's just say, that relationship has been my favorite part of the year. Second only to Pikmin 2, naturally. So, moving on. Kowloon's Curse Lost Report, based on the Kowloon walled city of China, in terms of the aesthetics. This is a strange little game. Another free one, I think. This one was also free. A surprising amount of free games on here, which I'm happy to see. But this was another short little experience where the aesthetics are, I guess, sort of PS1 inspired again. But sort of first-person exploration game. You experience a little bit of a story, and that's that. And I played through this, I thought maybe it was based on some other property or related to something else, but I think there are just several games independently based on the Kowloon, walled city. But this is an interesting game regardless. It's kind of weird, kind of strange in its, actual presentation, but I don't know if you're looking for something, again, sort of dreamlike. Sort of like that Windows 95 clicker game. It really fit the bill there. It really did something for me. So that's that. But User Terrified, my favorite part of the year. I'll admit. Again, another free game. Look at this. So many free games, and I didn't center the image in the middle of the screen, but that's okay. This is from the Haunted PS1 community on itch. They've been making games for a couple of years now, these incredible little collaborative games. I think they really hit it big with the Haunted PS1 demo disc, they called it, which was like, I didn't play that. I haven't really played any of the Haunted PS1 community games, but it was sort of like fake demo discs, I think. And they've been making every Christmas season these sort of spooky advent calendar games, which this is where it gets at its most collaborative. And this is the fourth year, and I didn't even realize that, and I hadn't played any of the previous ones, so what do? I play this one. And Little did I know. There's a little bit of story and lore that goes into these games. This little community project. It's not really little at all. It's quite expansive and impressive. But this is free on itch, and you download it, and it's 25 games that you can play throughout the holiday season. And some of them are Christmas themed, some of them aren't. But they're all unique. Some of them are better than others, maybe. Some of them are more fleshed out than others, but there are a lot of... It's just, the presentation is really good, and it's really impressive when you think about how it's, this is just people making games independently. Completely independently. You talk about indie games. This is about as indie as it gets, these sorts of projects, right? It is so impressive. Just sort of sourcing games from sometimes one person. And what I really loved about this, there are these little interstitial segments where you're I think they refer to them as like overworld segments, where you're just roaming around an environment, talking to the people who you're on your journey with. You're at a new destination every so often, just roaming around in first person in this very beautiful snowy environment. It's truly beautiful, and the music I used at the intro of this stream actually was from one of the stages in here. So I didn't really describe that well, but I was really taken by a lot of this game, and it made me feel the feels. Haha! I felt the feels. Pepe image. I wish I hadn't said that. I wish I hadn't said that at all. But gotta give my props to the haunted PS1 community, and just itch.io in general. Good God, they are pumping out. People are putting games up for free every day, and it is incredible. It is incredible what they're doing. So I just had to give a little bit of recognition here in terms of that. This game especially, and other games too. So I forgot I had this image. Mario Wonder, you know Mario Wonder is getting a little recognition on here. It's like, oh, there's still love in the world. Exactly, Tarfai. That's exactly how I felt about that. People still have love for their craft and their hobby. I made this image actually there was like a Nintendo Direct for Mario Wonder, and I did a pre-recorded reaction, then I uploaded it to YouTube, and then I made the thumbnail, whatever, and then I'm reusing the image now. Awooga! But Mario Wonder, it's a new 2D Mario game. It's the most innovative 2D Mario game in about, a long time, probably since Mario Land 2, Mario World, about that era. I haven't completed it yet. I've gotten through about 6 worlds so far. I'm right at the end, sort of like with Zelda. But this game came out in October, and I've been working through it, and it's been pretty creative. I'm not putting it higher up on my list just because I don't know, there's something about it. It still feels pretty safe in terms of being a Mario game, There are these really bespoke elements, of course, when you get the Wonder Seed, and then the level becomes all wacky. Each time you never know what's going to happen. That's sort of the main gimmick of the game. But it still feels like a very safe Mario game, right? In all other aspects. And it's very good. It's a very good game, but there's something about it where it's like, well, it's still pretty at times very vanilla, you might say. But it's enjoyable. I'm working through it, and it's I think another complaint people have had with it is that it's very easy. It's a very easy game. It might be one of the easiest 2D Mario games. And I'm a big plumber head, of course. I'm always plumbing those depths, fixing pipes with my wrenches and my tools and whatnot. And this one, I've been having a lot of fun with it. I won't deny that, but yeah. The Yoshi on Yoshi action is a big plus for me. how weird it gets at times. I love that. I kind of wish maybe the whole game was almost like that, but what can you do? Pumgoo Plumber. Hyperactive BS has a video for us. I thought that was at first a porn video from xvideos.com, but it's just from Twitter, I believe. Let me open this up. Let me see here, Hyperactive. Let me open this thing up. Uh-oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, and now you're seeing my DMs too. Did it get deleted, Hyperactive? What? Pingu's so good at laying pipe. Thank you, Arctic. Would you like to... I was gonna say, would you like to test that theory? That was very crude of me. Did it get deleted, Hyperactive? You sent it and then it immediately got deleted. That's kind of sad. Let me, I'm gonna check again here. This song we're listening to right now from Final Fantasy 15, I believe. Let me confirm that. I only mentioned that. I don't know why I mentioned that, but I think I mentioned it because we talked about Final Fantasy 16 recently. Did this video get deleted? Let's see. What am I copying? I'm copying the wrong links here. That was very cool, says user Tarify. I think you're pretty cool, user Tarify. You kinda light my heart afire. Let's see here. Post that link. I think that got deleted, Hyperactive. It got deleted. What the hell was it? You sent that and then it immediately got deleted. Wow. It was like it knew, oh, they're gonna watch it on the Giganticpingu stream. We gotta get rid of this media right now before it really spreads out. It's gonna really take off. Ugh. That happens sometimes. You can describe it to me. Maybe you can like have Ping Pong describe it if you want, or I don't know, just paste a long 2-paragraph text description of what it was. Content ID, as they say on Tumblr. Hypertarify. We gotta have a Hypertarify command. This could be a good idea actually if we had like mashups of user commands, you know. So like Hypertarify, or maybe Ridley Fifu, something like that. I don't know how that would work. And I gotta give Hyperactive back his points. You're right, Tarify. Let me do that. I'm gonna do that right now. If I can figure this shit out. Arctic 414, very simple. That's a great one. You know what? I'm gonna make a note of that right now, Arctic, because that's a good one. You're gonna bounce around like that. You're gonna gesticulate and morph in and out of existence just like that. Arctic 414. I'm giving myself too many tasks to do. Okay. Arctic 414. There we go. Okay, let me give Hyperactive back his points because that was sort of sad. To do this, I have to... I never know how to do this. Let me enter the mod view. I don't want to watch my own stream right now. Oh, wait. How the hell do you do this? I never know how to do this, seriously. Okay, I think I got it. Let me get... Twitch, you gotta work on your mod UI. Let me see. Reject that from Hyperactive BS. Give him back. Give that boy back his points. Give them back to him. It was a very fast cut with a bunch of crazy editing of food with what I assume is Japanese audio. Interesting. I saw an interesting video from a Japanese man recently who sort of looked like the Japanese Moist Critical. And he was reviewing, I guess he does beer reviews, but he was reviewing Pabst Blue Ribbon. And he was like, this is a great beer that you can drink like water. If you're looking for a cheap beer when you come to the US, why not drink Pabst Blue Ribbon? So that was a great Japanese video I saw recently. Oh. Oh God, I'm sperming. I'm sorry, Rowan. Or congratulations? Rowan, no. That's okay. We all have a bit of a spermy moment every now and then. Hope you're doing well, Rowan, despite the circumstances. I just got a pop-up that says, Judge rules Chris Christie cannot be on Maine's primary ballot. That's a shame. He's my favorite, quite honestly, of the GOP candidates. I met him personally, and he was a sweetheart. I know this is a bit of a tangent. I'm going to say it right now. Chris Christie I met in 2016, or 2015, actually. And he was a damn sweetheart. He made me feel loved. He made my heart feel warm. He made me feel like a human being, and he recognized me in my existence. Chris Christie. Goddamn, I would vote for him any day. And why are we not in our presentation right now? What's going on here? It's because I went to that video. Came here to announce that Wisconsin's election maps have been struck down as unconstitutional. Winning. It's very true. Thank you for reporting the news, Rowan. I had this thought, and I did post this on twitter.government. I would like there to be some sort of bathroom district in the redrawn maps and some sort of pleasure district, sort of like Kabukicho, where it's just a bunch of brothels and hostess clubs and karaoke and even more bars than usual. There should be one designated pleasure district, and maybe it should be non-legislative. Maybe it should be a special district, special voting district. I don't know. Maybe votes should count twice as much in there. Who knows? But red light district, exactly. It would all be Republican. It would be interesting. I think we should do an experiment at least. Let's make it happen, people. Let's have that be a thing to just try out. Why not? Hyperactive says, I think I would vote for him over Biden. He'd be more fun. Chris Christie, honestly, he is a fun guy. He is a damn fun guy. Seriously, I did meet him. I'm not joking about this. I did meet him. I met him. I met a bunch of these people in 2015 when I was in school. I met him. I met Jeb. I met Lindsey Graham, who the people I were with thought he was a woman. It was very funny. They were like, who is Lindsey Graham? Is she? They referred to him as she. I did meet Ted Cruz. You're exactly right about that, Rowan. I met who the hell was that woman? What was her name? Carly Fiorina? God, Ted Cruz's VP candidate before he, when he was still in the primary. I couldn't remember her name. Carly Fiorina. I met her. A lot of these people. Mostly all of the GOP candidates for 2016 I did meet. Apart from Trump, of course, but I was at an event for him. This all sounds like I'm a big right-wing nut job. I'm not. I was just doing it for research for school, for my class. But because the opportunities were there, so I went to these events. So that's that. But who seemed like the most likely to kill a congressional aide? Probably Chris Christie. I know I just said that and he was a governor, but he would probably just kill a congressional aide regardless of his station. There would probably be some, personal vendetta he had and just kill an aide over Bridgegate or whatever. I don't know. I think he is a beautiful person. He's a funny person. He's a charming person. But I think he has the capacity to kill very brutally. I think he could do that. So, I love you, Krispy Kreme. My mom and I always refer to him as Krispy Kreme. like the donut. But, you know, he could kill someone very badly. He could kill someone very badly if given the opportunity. I don't doubt that. So what can you do there? I don't know. We gotta get on with our presentation, I think. I'm sorry for the delay. I know this has been a long PowerPoint. Actually, Google Slides, by the way. Shout out to Google Slides. Let's give them their props and their dues. Their daily dues. This has been going on 2.5 hours now. And I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. Let's move on. Mario Wonder. I talked about this one. You can see I pogged at it, or I didn't pog, I had the awooga reaction to it. So, pretty good one. The New Zealand story, I just played this 2 days ago and I put it on here. I played this game 2 days ago and I put it on here, on this list. I streamed the game, they re-released it this year on the Switch, sort of the arcade version, put out on Switch with some additional modes and whatnot. This was a genuinely fun game, a really fun game, challenging game that I couldn't have, gotten through as far as I did without the modern quality of life improvements, where you can just pour in infinite quarters into the arcade machine. Genuinely fun game where you play as a little Kiwi. Genuinely fun. Charming, cute little graphics. I believe the Kiwi is named Tiki. And what a cutie! What a cutie! You could ride little ducks, little gooses, and little flying contraptions, hover vehicles. So, I don't know. I only played it 2 days ago, like I said, but in that time, it charmed me. And I do love how they put New Zealand as one word. The New Zealand story. So, it really represents what's going on there, I'm sure. So, high spot on my list. I guess I technically put it above Mario. I put it above Mario. Well, what do you know? We'll let that stand. We'll let that stand. Next game, Corn Kid 64. This is one I discovered. I don't know how I discovered this one. I think I actually saw this on TikTok, which I hate. I hate TikTok, but this is the one good thing it's done for me. I saw gameplay of this on TikTok, and I was like, that looks great. And you know what it is? It's sort of a 3D N64 era style collectathon with those corn kids. Sort of like when all those Republican candidates came to Iowa, they were corn kids for that day. They were slurping that ethanol. They were really doing that. But 3D collectathon platformer with I was really impressed by the animation specifically. It's really well done, and I think the world design is sort of a little obtuse at points, but it's still pretty fun. Still pretty fun. I haven't beaten this game, but I've enjoyed it so much so far that I've put it on here because it reminds me of those bygone days, right? I love biofuels. Biofuels are fucking delicious. If anyone says otherwise, put them in the ground. Put them 6 feet under. Let them know what's what. Turn them into a biofuel. Turn them into a fossil fuel. Next game, Humanity. Humanity. Man, human. This one was incredible. This was an incredible game, and I wish more people had played it. If you like the Lemmings, and again, I know we're making a lot of comparisons to other properties tonight, but this is sort of an open inspiration. That's a good one. I should change that so that command doesn't activate every time someone says good one. Yeah, I know Hyperactive yes played this one too. You know, you're guiding a bunch of people along through these puzzles and leading them to a goal. if they fall off the edge of the world, they usually respawn. In certain circumstances, they don't. You have a limited number sometimes, but you just gotta guide the people to the goal. And it evolves into different sort of genres even. You get a bit of tower defense later on in the game. You do a bit of combat, you get weapons, things like that. But that's how it is, and it's a really good one. Sort of very, very much like the Lemmings, but, you know, modern. Good one. I'm glad I have a timer on that, but I can activate it at any time, so I'm gonna pop that out. Good one. So Humanity, great game. And, you know, I wouldn't have even been upset if Humanity had been nominated for Game of the Year. Because I think it was that good. I think it had that much love put into it. Talking about games made with love, this one was made with love. This one was a really good one. I got stumped on a couple puzzles. There were like 1 or 2 solutions where I was at it for hours. I had to look it up. After I was at it for hours, I was like, I can't figure it out. But that's the mark of a pretty good game and a pretty intelligently designed game, where if you get that into it, that you're trying to figure it out for hours, a certain puzzle. So I can't praise this game enough. But, and by the way, you control a little dog, a little Shiba Inu. I should mention that. Can't forget that part. Maybe I should have put this game lower on the list. Fire Emblem Engage. As I've gotten further in it, I've been enjoying it more. This is a complicated game. When you look at the past couple Fire Emblem games, it is weird. It's sort of going back to basics, but at the same time adding a lot of weird cruft and fluff to it. There are a lot of weird side mechanics to it, like you can adopt animals. You can get engaged in Fire Emblem Engage. I think that's why it's a pun. You've got a bunch of rings in this game that you use to summon people like Marth, other Fire Emblem characters. It's like Engage, it's a bit of a pun with the rings. Haha, funny. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at all. No. But it's a weird game. It's an ugly game. It's at times a very ugly game graphically. And but the tactics gameplay is still good, and I know User Tarify has mentioned this, that this might be one of these games that is just good because it sort of has the mechanics of the series itself, which are good, but the core game itself is not the best. The individual game, the individual experience, and that's very true. But I think this game still has some merit to it. This song keeps playing. We're on a different song now. We're on a different song. Don't worry. Oh wait, this song did play. You're right. We'll go to a different song. We heard that one already. You're terrified. Got that egghead. But yeah, like I said, a complicated game, but I've still enjoyed it. Despite all the gripes I have with it, I've still enjoyed it on its own merit. There have been a lot of times where, you've got a little hub world you can roam around. I've had fun in there. I sort of like adopting the animals, and doing all the other stuff in there. It's very weird. The characters all suck. The characters are all garbage. And we are listening to a Barely Civil song right now. Listen to this.
We've all gotta start from somewhere, and it's right there for me. Never ending. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. Possibility. I see it.
Wow. Who knew? Can you guys cover this song, please? From Sonic Unleashed. My God. That's funny. That's funny. And that make me laugh. So, this is from Sonic Unleashed. It is from Sonic Unleashed, yeah. Endless Possibility, it's called.
So please wake me up when I get there. It feels like I'm lost in a dream. I know it might
Can I be honest? I don't hate it. I like a lot of Sonic vocal songs, quite honestly. Sonic Unleashed, pretty good soundtrack overall, but that's not what we're talking about. Hello, BP. Wow, is this your song? This was made by, I think everyone's done a cover of this song. Yeah, Blink-182 did the soundtrack for Sonic Unleashed. I was shocked when that was announced. But damn if they didn't do it good. They did it really good. I love Sonic Unleashed. I always wonder how many people want to fuck Werewolf Sonic. His voice is so scruffy and he becomes huge. Imagine his cock. I'm killing myself after typing that message. No, Rowan, don't! Oh, Rowan, don't. You gotta have sex with Sonic, the furry Sonic. Werewolf Sonic. Ah, he's so... Imagine him. Imagine his penile region. I'm right there with you. I got Sonic Unleashed, I'm pretty sure. If I'm remembering correctly, I played that during Christmas one year, probably like 2008, whenever it came out. I don't know. But I played that game. It's not a bad game. It's a pretty good game. I like the werewolf sections, or the werehog sections. That one, that might have been the last Sonic game made with soul, you know? That one was pretty enjoyable. It was pretty enjoyable. So, and man, when Sonic transformed, he was a bit of a baddie. He was a bit of a baddie. This can't be denied, right? I don't know how to refute any of that because it's just too true. It's just too true. And he had little Chip, who was a little bitch. It's true. I know a guy, and I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this obscure fact before on stream. I went to school with a guy, you know, elementary, middle, high school, with a guy whose nickname eventually became Chippy, which was stupid. I never called him that. But people called him Chippy. Dumb. Hell yeah, Everhood. Are you an Everhood fan, Rowan? Everhood is incredible. Everhood is great. Man, Everhood. This is like a Dubtown, right? Yeah, Space Dubtown. Everhood, incredible game. I remember Gamey Katie streamed it too. I said that like I streamed. I never streamed this. Or actually I did. At one point, but such a good game. Incredible. Another Undertale-like, but wholly original too, in many regards. So keep that in mind. I'm getting really off topic, and I gotta take another break here to get a little something. And then I'll be right back. I know this is such a long presentation. I know this is an infinitely long presentation, and I'm sorry, but it's Friday night. So what can we do? What can we do? What should we do? Why do anything? We're doing just fine.
憧れのビューティフォースタオラの踊りを一遍見てくれや熱い魂回るディスコボールやってきましたディスコホール目指せ輝くナンバーワン望みは高く限りなくオラのダンステップにみんなハンズアップフロアのテンションはもうライザークラペハンダベヨースタンダッパ集まってそう固まってヒアウィーゴーだエブリバディレーザービームでレッツラゴー上り詰めるべディスコプリンス宇宙に届けこのディスコダンスみんな大好き I love you ディスコでクソファンキーナイMIC でチェコワンズオラの話も一遍聞いてくれ熱い魂語るライムスターそうやってきましたアイマスター夢は輝くナンバーワンきっと届くべな君ねこの思いラップテックにみんなハンズアップフロアのテンションはもうライザークラペハンダベヨースタンダップ滑舌は確実そう確実ヒアウィーゴーだエブリバディチェケラッチョーでレッツラゴー上の方目指す方集めて固めてそして語るべみんな大好き I love youしてそう集めれば星になるいつか濡らすか誰だって飛べるのさ夜空を走る王様レの君の身にえ愛縮まら夏の虹めがけて To the sky 必ず見つけるよ憧れのビューティフォー
Okay. Alright now. Okay. God, this song's so good. Rowan, what song? The song we're listening to right now? This one is pretty good too. But I wonder. And I'm sorry for the delay. Disco Prince, hell yeah. Love Katamari. Katamari, another game made with heart and soul. Man, makes my heart beat and jump right out of my chest. Holy cow. Oops, wrong mug. I grabbed the wrong mug here. Yeah, it's empty. Gotta grab this one. You last played Katamari when you were like 10. Oh man. I was replaying some of the games this year because of the, they did the re-release of We Love Katamari. And actually I'm spoiling my list here because it'll show up in just a bit here. But, man. Wish I could roll up all my shit. I wish I could take my feces and just like roll it up and shoot it up into the heavens. Like a damn star. Make it a constellation. Oh, good heavens. So, Fire Emblem Engage, we've talked enough about this one already. Persona 3 Portable. Man. Another one that I've come to love more as I go on further in it. This is a strange re-release. They re-released Persona 3 Portable on PC and modern consoles this year. and I played through it because I never had before. Sort of a bit of a controversy because there's no real definitive version of Persona 3. You've got the original Persona 3, then Persona 3 FES, as they call it, Persona 3 Festival, which has extra content, and then you had Persona 3 Portable on the PSP, which is sort of a different version entirely, more akin to a visual novel. This is that version, and I've been playing through it. And at first I don't know if I was feeling it at first, but the further I've gotten with the dungeon crawling and getting used to the visual novel aspects of it in terms of, or as opposed to just, 3D exploration, I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed the game. And the dungeon crawling, I was getting really into that for hours at a time at some point. So, re-release of Persona 3 Portable, perhaps not the definitive version, but still pretty great. I keep grabbing the wrong mug. Next game, Cavern of Dreams. I believe I did stream this at one point, a little bit of it. This is a game I was very excited for. Another one of those games that's in the same vein as sort of N64 era 3D platformers, collectathons, and all that. This game, I enjoyed it a lot. It's very janky. It's a very janky game. The movement is very weird. The momentum is weird. Sometimes you get no momentum at all with your little character or your little dragon. It's a very cute game though. It's a very cute game with the aesthetics and the music too. But be warned, if you play this one, it's kind of janky. But if you're into the genre, I enjoyed this one very much. I believe, I did 100% it. I did 100% it after a little bit of trouble. There were some puzzles that were so obtuse, and the level design was not always made to be. Some of the environments were really not made for platforming. It seemed like, but it's still a very fun time, very cute time, and a very good time too. So if you're looking for that, if you're looking for a good time, boy, buy this game and or drop me a line if you're looking for a good time. Hit me up. Next game. Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. This is an interesting one. This is sort of another spiritual successor on the list to Jet Set Radio, which is now coming back. Can Wetrix make the list again? We'll have to revisit Wetrix. We'll have to give Wetrix the Game of the Year spot after we finish this off. I'm going to rearrange the list to give the Wet Tetris top spot. You're doing outcalls? Holy muddy. I'm just doing what I can. Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Like I said, it is Jet Set Radio pretty much, under a different name. It's got Hideki Naganuma as the composer. And that's all you need for Jet Set Radio. If you've got the skating and the graffiti and the Hideki Naganuma music, those are the three. That's the trifecta of Jet Set Radio. And you had all this in this game. It was a little, there's some aspects about it where it clearly wasn't Jet Set Radio. It was, early on, I did not feel very engaged with it. But as I went on and I learned, how to appreciate the combo strings more and more, and building up my points and all of that, I got pretty into it. But I don't know, the script is very strange. There's not a lot of dialogue, but the script that is there is kind of strangely written. But overall, it's pretty good Jet Set Radio replacement. But now that Jet Set Radio is coming back as a Sega Super game, well, I'll be looking forward to that too. Holy moly. Can you do a house call on me? Holy moly. Where? Curious. Nonetheless, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed it more the more I played it. So, let that be known. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. I have never played an Armored Core game before, except for a little bit of the first Armored Core game on PS1. A little bit, briefly, almost nothing. And when this came out, it was like they were, FromSoft was sort of reviving a franchise they had neglected since they, really hit it off with the Souls games. And I was like, well, this could be a fun time. And you know what? God damn, it was. It was a great time, and it still is a great time. I beat the game. I'm doing a New Game Plus playthrough with it right now. Holy hell, it's a good game. Good mech game. There's so much customization to it too if you're looking for that. And at the same time, there are certain builds that you can maybe figure out that are really good for a lot of situations. But it really makes you feel like you're piloting a mech. It really makes you feel like you're Shinji. So, man, some people said that this is FromSoft's best writing. I don't know if I really agree with that. I can't really comment since I haven't played the, many of From Software's catalog of games. But in terms of outright narrative and story, this is, Armored Core is pretty overt. In terms of, there's just a lot of more straightforward narrative and dialogue and things like that compared to a Souls game or whatnot. But I would love to see From Software revisit a lot of their older franchises now that I think this has been, a pretty big, well, maybe not really big, but a fairly big success. Especially that they can write off their success with the Souls games. So I hope they revisit maybe like Kingsfield or that cookie and cream game, whatever that was called. With the bunnies, so that could be fun. I would love to see them revisit any sort of game that they made in the past, but man, this one really gripped me, and it's still gripping me, gripping my parts, gripping my privates. Another thing I shouldn't have said, but nonetheless, it's gripping my private area, and it's yoinking and yanking, and just trying to give me the business. So, Armored Core 6. I salute you. Thank you for your service. Like a Dragon Ishin. Another confusing name, another confusing title. This is a Yakuza game. It was released maybe, I would guess, I don't know how long ago, maybe 10 years ago at this point on probably like PS3 in Japan only. This game, and finally this year RGG Studios sort of remade it for modern hardware and ported it to the West too and localized it. So this is one I picked up immediately because it's sort of an unrelated narrative to the Yakuza stories. It's just sort of a historical take on the Yakuza games. With all of your favorite Yakuza characters playing historical figures, so it's completely separate to anything going on in the main games. But I played this quite a bit, and I got pretty into it because I don't know, it's a Yakuza game. There's just so much to get distracted with and get into, and the first thing I was drawn to before I even picked it up. I was just looking at previews and stuff. I was like, the combat seems very interesting. Because you get a pistol and a sword at the same time. And you have multiple fighting styles where you can fight, with the sword alone, with the gun alone, with your fists, or with the gun and the sword at the same time. Pretty cool. Pretty coolio, I gotta admit. And with any Yakuza game, the combat can maybe get a little bit repetitive after a while, and with this, it certainly did. When you're just facing down a bunch of the same goons over and over who are gooning on you, all those gooners, it can get a little bit repetitive, but I still had a good time, and every Yakuza game has a good amount of distractions and side modes, and this had a little bit of almost like a homestead mode you can, get into, where you can cook, and you get an adoptive daughter almost, and you have a little farm plot, and you take a bath, and you can adopt cats and dogs and all that. So, the Yakuza series I cannot praise enough. It has become one of my favorite series over the years recently. And this one, despite being a very separate spin-off, I still really enjoyed it. So, pretty cool. Hashtag pretty cool. Tears of the Kingdom. I gotta put it on here. When I was about, I don't know, maybe when I got to like the 20-hour point in this game, I really felt like I wasn't making any progress at all, and I was really just sort of stalling in the game and spinning my wheels. And I was like, I was kind of low on the game. I wasn't really feeling it. As I've pushed forward a little more and gotten towards the end, and at this point I'm right up against the final boss, I think. A couple hours away probably. I have come to appreciate it more and more. It is a very impressive game. I don't, I'm nowhere near into it as much as I was with Breath of the Wild when that came out. And I played it. I was playing that religiously almost every day for hours at a time. This game I sort of fell off of for a bit. But goddamn, as I've gotten back into it, it is so impressive what they have developed, the systems they have made. It is like unbelievable tools, the Ultra Hand where you can grab any object and then stick it to another one. Crazy. The fusing mechanic where you can attach any object to your weapons or shield. Unbelievable. The ascend ability where you can go through any surface. How did they do that? I don't know. It must have taken an unfathomable amount of development intellect to just create. Even though they're using the same world for the most part as Breath of the Wild, they've obviously added a sky area and a below ground and depths area, they call it, the underground area, and then they also have caves and stuff. So it's the same map as Breath of the Wild for the most part, but there are a lot of changes and a lot more layers to it, which really open up things. But it doesn't replace Breath of the Wild either. It's its own unique game, and both games have merits and their own mechanics. But it is very impressive. Tears of the Kingdom. It's very impressive, and I don't know if this is one that I'll 100%. I 100%ed Breath of the Wild. I don't know if I'll 100% this one because it's like too much. It's overwhelming. It's just too much content for me to get through. I just get like exhausted thinking about it. But a lot of it, I'm really there for it, as I've been playing it more recently, especially. But it is just tiring to think about. But man, nonetheless, I am so impressed with it, and I've just come to appreciate it more and more. Now, we gotta have We Love Katamari remake. We mentioned it earlier. We alluded to it earlier. They put out a remaster of We Love Katamari, the second game in the Katamari series this year. And we do love Katamari. We love Katamari. I played the original Katamari and We Love Katamari on PS2. And We Love Katamari, I always thought was very unique because it's just so meta. You know, the conceit of the game is that, like, the original Katamari game was such a success that now it has a bunch of fans, and now you gotta fulfill their request to, you know, make certain Katamaris and all that. It's very funny. Very quirky game, of course. Signature quirkiness. This is, when you talk about quirky games, boy oh boy, this is right up there at the top of the list. But incredible game. This is another one I you could say 100%ed it. I don't know if you would say that, but I played it on Steam. I got every achievement. I loved it so much. I love this game so much. So we do love Katamari. What more can you say about it? Incredible soundtrack, incredible everything. Very good missions, very varied, very varied. I shouldn't make that phrase, but varied missions, and just overall a great treat. Next up, the Resident Evil 4 remake. You know this one's on here too. You know this one's getting a spot on the list. Boy oh boy. This one really made me shit my britches. Boy howdy. What an incredible feat. They took a great game and somehow made it greater. Don't know how you do that, but they did it. They did it. This was a game that didn't really need to be remade, right? People were saying that up to the release. Well, they're gonna remake Resident Evil 4. Do they need to? They don't need to. But they did it, and you can still say it was worthwhile. It was a very worthwhile thing to do because it was, it just, you know, I don't know if it feels as dissimilar as much from the, you know, compared to like Resident Evil 2, the original, and the remake of Resident Evil 2. You look at original RE4 and remake RE4, pretty close comparatively, but they have a lot of differences, and it, you know, a game that came out at this point 18 years ago, I guess could stand to be modernized for a lot of people, right? It's hard to go back to a game that came out 18 years ago for a lot of people, even though to others it's very playable still. But, you know, it's a very updated take, and I I played through it multiple times. I played the DLC. I was trying to do a lot of the challenges, and it was just, it kept me hooked. You know, I played the Mercenaries mode. It was just so much fun. It was so well designed, and I'm just, you know, I've become such a big Resident Evil fan over the years, and this one just solidified that even more. And I love Leon. I love Leon S. Kennedy. Such a beautiful man. Such a beautiful guy. He's just trying to do his best in this messed up, wacky world. So, my highest praises to this game. This is right near the top of my Game of the Year list. I'll say that. Oh, I guess that was second. That we'll call Resident Evil 4 number 2. Is this the game where Leon moans all the time? Leon does a lot of moaning. I think Ashley, the girl there, she does a lot of screaming. She did a lot of that in the original, where she would go, Leon! Leon, help! She would do a lot of that. A little less of that here. But Leon does a bit of moaning and screeching. Unfortunately, due to wokeness, you cannot look up Ashley's skirt anymore in this version. That's really, really sad that they took out the pervert peak that you can do. Wokeness, what can you do? It's like a virus. Just kidding. Never mind. No more goofs like that. And Game of the Year is Hogwarts Forspoken Legacy Gollum Edition. Here we go. These games were so good. Gollum. Okay, let's take a one by one. Gollum, he was so wet. He was so damp looking. His hair was so greasy. Oh my god. He really made me go, yeah, precious. He was my little precious guy. Holy shit. Holy shit, Glom. He was observing, he was careless, he was looking at that beetle. Gollum, he was convinced there was no danger, but was there? And then Forspoken, what is going on? That's what I want to know. What was going on with Forspoken? I'll tell you what was going on. It was a great game that they put out. That one got the highest marks from me. And then Porkney Games, Hogwarts School, Witchcraft and Wizardry. They put this one out and it was so good. It was so good. I played it on every system that came out, where you could be your own transphobic wizarding warrior. It was so good because you got to go to Hogwarts and have time with Harry and Ron and Draco. And it was such goodness that they put out there. And, man, what can you say? These three games, just, again, another trifecta here. Another trifecta. Triumphant trifecta. Triumvirate. Shout out. We gotta pause for a moment. We gotta give a shout out to transphobia. Tarify is exactly right, and this game paved the way. Thank you, Hogwarts Legacy. Thank you, Hogwarts Legacy. You were the shittiest game of the year with the shittiest origin story behind it. Thank you. But the real, actual, true game of the year, I'm sorry, that was just a goof. The real, true game of the year is Flap Legends. Flap Legends. Let's get it. Let's get Flap Legends up in here, up on our systems. Okay, I'll say this. If you didn't play Flap Legends this year, you are a damn fool. You are a damn fool. If you have any sort of gaming hardware right now, download Flap Legends. That's step 1. Step 2. Play it. That's all you need to know. Play it. Flap Legends. Flap Legends. It's the truest. This game set my genitals aflame with the way that I felt lust for it, you know? Flap Legends, you can tell just by the game artwork here, the beautiful game artwork they've rendered for us, that it is something special. It is something special. And this game made me just about die. It made me just about die with happiness, so... I know it says that this game sucks right there. It does not suck. It does not suck. It's really good. So please download it. Pay 99 cents for it or 79 cents. However much it costs. It's worth it. It's worth it. I assure you. Great to see another Flap Legends fan here. I own all the exclusive merch, including all 7 body pills. BP, I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. I thought I was the only one out there. But I'm glad I'm among good company tonight. And I'm surprised there were 7 body pillows. I've only heard of 6, so you might have to hook me up with that little addition to my collection. So thank you, Flap Legends. I'll tell you this, Flap Legends got me turned into a fap. Never mind. Flap Legends got me turned into a Fap Legend when I'm playing this game. That was fucking nasty. Real game of the year is Pikmin 4, unequivocally. My game of the year, Pikmins 4, unequivocally. When you think about it, Pikmin 2 I had on this list, plus Pikmin 4 equals Pikmin 6. Pikmin 6, game of the year. We give it a salute. Front-facing Pikmin renders, they are looking at you with that fluoride stare. God damn. What a game. What a game. Game of the year, we knew it. Everyone knew it. Everyone knew it. It was a very open secret, huh? But man, what a video game. What a video game. I was anticipating this game very, quite greatly. But I wasn't expecting it to be this good, as good as it was. I was expecting it to be neutered in some way. But it was so good. It was so good in my opinion. In like 2015, Miyamoto-san was like, yeah, we're just about done with Pikmins 4. We're just about done with that game. Fast forward 8 years later, it finally came out. What were you doing, Miyamoto-san? What were you doing? I don't know. They were doing is perfecting the game. They were perfecting the game, and it turned into a perfect game. Maybe I could say it was pretty easy. It was a pretty easy game. It wasn't too difficult. There were definitely challenging moments, especially when you got to the, as they call them, the Dandori challenges, which sort of harken back to the Pikmin 2 puzzle mode, the challenge mode. But, man, this one, it was a no-brainer for me. The second I picked it up, I was like, I played the demo and I was like, this is going to be my game of the year. Of course it is. I love Pikmin so much, and this one is better than I thought it would be, even though I was looking forward to it so much. Every game should take minimum 8 years to make. I mean, if it does what they do for this game, it's worth it. That sentence didn't really come together, but you get what I mean there. You get what I mean. And in this game, you also had a little Doge, a little puppy, a little pupperino, a little Doge to have as your companion. He acted like pretty much a super pick'em. And he was fun. His name was Ochi. And he was just a fun little devil to play around with. They introduced 2 new Pikmin types in terms of the Ice Pikmin and the Glow Pikmin. I almost forgot that other one because it's sort of side mode. But it made you feel like a big dog. You dap up your big dog after every day out in the field, and you're like, big dog, that's right, let's go back to our spaceship. Let's go back to it. It's okay, you're excited about Pikmin. Thank you for your approval, user Tarify. I am excited about Pikmin. I got very excited. I'll tell you this, my heart was a beating and a pounding out of my chest. I won't lie about that. But man, what a game. They added a night mode to the game where it became sort of a tower defense mode where you're just sort of guarding a home base from enemies. That was pretty fun. They had the challenge mode, which I wish there was more of. I wish they would have DLC for this game, honestly. I wish they would have more content for this game. I wish they would. I would play it. I would buy it. Miyamoto-san. I would buy DLC for this game. I would pay $90, $100, $200 for DLC for this game. I would pay my entire paycheck for this game. More of it. Please. If a Pikmin became real and invaded my home, I wouldn't complain at all. I would say thank you, is what I would say. Whenever I see a ladybug, I think, boy, that's a pretty similar thing to a Pikmin. But not quite as good. Not quite as good because you're real and Pikmin are fictional, so they're perfect. They can be idealized. Ladybug's still pretty good, though. What a blessing a Pikmin invasion would be. It really would be, and I pray for it every damn day, and I pray for it every damn night. Not during the holidays, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas. I'm appealing to every deity. I'm not getting none of that relief, none of that satisfaction, but maybe someday. Maybe someday. So Pikmin 4 is my personal game of the year. That's my game of the year. I'll say it. This list was pretty much kinda, for the most part ordered, a little bit unordered. This is the definitive top spot. I'll say that. And then we got more, I guess. We got one more section. 2024 most anticipated games that we're looking forward to here. How long has this been going on? We've been doing this for damn past 3 hours, which is shameful and sinful, but we'll keep going. 2024 most anticipated Clock Tower Remaster. They're doing a remaster of Clock Tower, sort of a point and click fun game, seminal game, I would even call it. I'm looking forward to this. We gotta move through these quick. Suikoden remasters. They're doing HD remasters of Suikoden 1, Suikoden Tune. This could maybe be the 2024 winner of the most unwieldy title. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Gate Rune, and Dunin Unification Wars. What a name. Thank you for that, Konami. But I'm looking forward to it, nonetheless. Classic games, and I haven't played either of them. So I want to. And this may be the best way to do it. Dune 2, the Dune 2 Unification Wars, starring Timothée Chalamet, where he's getting wonked out. And I'm looking forward to getting wonked out and wonked up a little bit. I think they could have fit more words in that title. I wish they would. The Conan Dunin Runification Rumination Wars. Or the Runin Dunin Unin. The Ronin Wars. They should have. They were sort of cowardly there. I'll agree with that. Dragon Quest III Dragon Quest III Remake is what I intended to say there. I'm pretty sure last year I had this on my 2023 most anticipated list. I don't know why I have a circle on that cloud. I was going to do something funny, I think, but I forgot to follow through. And while we're listening to this song, let's take into account Barely Civil is back. Goddamn, listen to him. They did another Sonic song, who knew? Rock and roll! So, Dragon Quest Remake, this is like the only glimpse we've had of the game since they announced it like 3 years ago. I thought this game last year was going to come out this year. It didn't. Got no updates on it. And again, I don't know why I have that circle there. I think I was going to do a bit of a gag or something, but I forgot to do that, so I'm sorry. But looking forward to it. Tori Saturn. I was talking about the Tori series earlier. Very, pretty short, affordable games that are wonderfully made, wonderfully crafted with so much love. These games are made with love, I'm telling you right now. Tori. This is a new Tori game coming out. Tori Saturn, sort of based on the title suggests the Sega Saturn era, but it's more like Y2K stuff like that, late 90s aesthetics, so I'm very much looking forward to it, and I love all those games. I love love. I think Tori is a great character design too. Look at that. Got that little backpack, got the sunglasses. Just so good, so good. I can't give enough praise to Ciactro, which I do think it is pronounced Ciactro, but I'm not entirely sure, based on the katakana there in the logo on the left, which would be pronounced Shiakutoro. I'm guessing Ciactro. So that's my best guess there, but Tori games, 2 thumb up. Next game I'm looking forward to, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door Remaster. They're not calling it Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door HD or remake or anything like that, just giving it the original name with sort of the Japanese logo too. This is one of my favorite games. It's an incredible game, The Thousand Year Door on the GameCube. In terms of JRPGs and just games in general, in terms of Nintendo's catalog, one of my absolute favorite. It is so full of life, so full of love, yet again, so full of wacky, original scenarios and characters and world building and just, twisting the JRPG formula on its head. But putting Mario in there, really, that's what it does. That's how it makes it wacky in its own. With the Japanese logo. Cultural appropriation, anyone? A joke. That was a good joke, Tarufai. Yeah, this is really sort of inappropriate. I wish they wouldn't do this. But I'll forgive them. So thank you. This was another one where it's like, why are they remaking this? It's like Nintendo suddenly remembered that they own the Mario character. They went like years without a Mario game. Like 6 years without any sort of real Mario content, and then in the latter half of 2023, they were like, oh yeah, a new 2D Mario RPG remake, WarioWare. We're gonna put out a Princess Peach game. We're gonna put out the Thousand Year Door remake. And obviously they had the movie, which had a lot of success, so they could have been a bit more timely with it, I'll say that, or spread it out a little bit more. It was kind of weird and stupid on my part. When we get Mario Movie the game, I'm looking forward to the Mario Movie Minion Movie Game Movie Mobile crossover the game. They're gonna call it Mario -1. They're gonna call it Mario -1, and they're gonna have, it'll be a gacha game, but it'll also be like Temple Run. And Doodle Flap, Doodle Bird, Doodle Jump, Flappy Bird, Fappy Bird. I can't wait. Too busy killing fans for any free fan works. Ugh. Oh, Jonathan Nintendo. When do we get the Super Smash Bros. Movie? I heard there was a rumor that that's being made, actually, which is troubling. That's a little concerning. And that they had like an MCU, tier plan where they're going to have a bunch of Mario spin-off movies and then a Zelda animated movie, in addition to the separate live-action movie, which is made by a different studio. No thanks. No thank you. That will just be like Wreck-It Ralph movie. I can't wait for that in that case. I liked Wreck-It Ralph 2, which I didn't watch, but I liked the one segment where Wreck-It Ralph got bullied on 4chan. That was fun. So whatever. I love crossovers. I love Marvel. I love cinematic universes. Me too. Me too. Well, there will be a minion in the next Smash installment. I am hoping so. I'm hoping so. Imagine his final Smash. Imagine that. Banana, banana. You do banana. Ugh. You're gonna have to do minion, minion tourney. I just snotted out my nose a little bit. That wasn't even funny. Minion next fighter, please. I will pay $80 for Minion Fighter Banana moveset, please. Banana. Banana. Alright, next game. Next game. Silent Hill 2 remake. They're remaking Silent Hill 2 just like they're remaking RE4. They got Mr. James Sunderland in here, and he's gonna find his wife. He's gonna find his wife. Can't wait. They're gonna make an amiibo of him, and they're gonna make a minion amiibo too. They're gonna do that. And boy, I'm gonna put that thing in a jar. I'm gonna lock that thing in a jar. Boy howdy. So, Silent Hill 2, I've never played Silent Hill 2, but I've played a little bit of Silent Hill, the original, on PS1. Whether or not this would be the proper way to experience Silent Hill 2 remains to be seen for me. But I would like to play this and then the original too. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm assuming it's coming out in 2024, but there haven't been many updates on it. But, Silent Hill is another series I'd love to get into, another horror series, much like Resident Evil, another horror series, W-H-O-R-E. I completely agree with you, Tarify, with the remakes and remasters and reimaginings. We need more original products. Much like Ciactro, I keep mentioning them, but man, they're doing pretty good in terms of just making original stuff, fun stuff. But, there are a ridiculous amount of remakes and remasters, and everything has already been done. Every idea has been taken at this point. I'm still looking forward to this too because I've never played it, and I say that even though I played the original RE4 and then I love the remake too. So sometimes you can fool me with that. You can get me with that sort of thing. If a game's good, a game's good sometimes, right? But I would love to see just more originality. There's a lot of, you look at the Game of the Year contenders overall for this year, it's all remakes. It's all remakes, pretty much. I don't know if there's a single game that wasn't a sequel, or not. I'm sorry, not remakes, but remakes and sequels. You look at the Game Awards, You had like Tears of the Kingdom, sequel, a very clear sequel. Mario Wonder, pretty, mixing up a little bit of sequel, a clear sequel. A very established franchise, of course. RE4, a remake. Baldur's Gate 3, probably the most original one, but still the third one, Spider-Man 2. Second one. Almost the third one, really, if you count Miles More or Less. And then what was the other one on that list? Alan Wake 2! 2! So, there wasn't really anything purely original there. Some were more original than others, and, especially because maybe, the franchises aren't as long-lived as some of the others. But, not a ton of originality this year, despite a lot of the games being very good. You did have Nickelodeon All-Star SpongeBob Brawl 2. Man, that's a really good one. When are they going to make Nicktoons Freeze Frame Frenzy 2? I'm waiting for that one. Jeez. I have been waiting for that for years. Please make another one with Reptar or someone. With Tommy Pickles. Put them in there. Put those characters in there, please. Dota 2, you had Dota 2 as ongoing Game of the Year. You had Dota 2 as Game of the Year in general, which I voted for. Team Fortress 2, of course, and Team Fortress Classic, two other great games. Animal Crossing 2. Animal Crossing 2 was great. I have Nickelodeon Racing with Reptar. I used to play Nicktoons Racing on PC with my grandma all the time, and this is another thing I've mentioned before. I just mentioned these same anecdotes over and over. I played Nicktoons Racing a lot on the PC with my grandma, and she would use the WASD, WASD control scheme, and I would use the arrow keys, and we would play cooperatively, or not cooperatively, competitively, racing in Nicktoons Racing on PC in her computer room, which was very weird. That was like one of 2 video games she ever played. She played that, and then she played Pac-Man with me on a plug and play. Very strange. But I bet she would have loved Fortnite too. She would have loved Fortnite. She would have gotten into that one really good. Man, she would have gotten all the cosmetics. That warms my heart. It's a fun memory. It's a fun memory playing with her. I just remember we always encountered Plankton when we were racing, and he would say a lot of horrible things like, "Come back here, you swine!" So, strange, but lovely. So, Silent Hill 2 remake. Princess Peach game. This is fairly original. This is, the only other game that the beautiful Princess Peach has had is like the DS game where she was using her emotions and her hormones and her she was basically on her period the entire game, and that's how you won the game, is you used her sad emotion, her angry emotion, her happy emotion, and her fourth emotion, which I forget. I didn't play that game ever, but it was Princess Peach is on her period, the game for Nintendo DS. That was the game. Seriously, it can't be disputed. It was just that. So it was like, Princess Peach, she's a woman, she's emotional. Okay, weird. This seems a little more, they're making her into an actual person. Full-fledged character. Seems interesting. You get costumes. It's like a stage play kind of. I'm looking forward to this. It'll probably be fun. It'll probably be decent. I'm no woman. But man, I can play a womanly game every now and then. That was another stupid thing of me to say. Princess PMS. That's what it was. They should have called it that. She was feeling that. So it'll be good. It'll be good. And this artwork right here, they actually updated this after the Mario movie came out to make her face more in line with Anya Taylor-Joy, or however it was with the Mario movie. So I saw people saying this is a bad thing, but she looks the old artwork, she looked like a doll. She had these lips that looked way too sexual. I'll say that. She looks still very sexualized here, very like, I don't know, like a doll. But she looks a little bit more normal. You know, it's a problem with games. It's a problem with Princess Peach. She's not really a person. She's just a woman. You know, she's just a girl character. I miss her sexy lips too, though. They were perfect for that, for putting that thing in there. Sorry, that was borderline sexual harassment to the fictional character of Princess Peach, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is Agatha Darkhold Diary, Covenant House of Darkness, Harkness, all along on your list? That one is my top game and anticipated game of the year with Agatha. I like how many different titles they have for it, because it's going to be it's really going to be good when it comes out. They're going to put that on the Disney Plus gaming platform, and you're going to be able to play it goodly. It'll be a good game. You're going to boop, 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 twiddle that with your joysticks. Oh, Nemo, no worries, no worries. Glad to have you. It's the holiday season after all, so glad to have you at all, and glad to see you. And hope you're having a wonderful holiday season, and I hope your Yuletides are incredibly gay. I'll say that. What was your favorite game? Well, shall we go back? Let's go back. Let's go back. There it is. There it is. My top game of the year. We've been doing this presentation for about 3.5 hours now. Nemo. We had a couple categories and we're about to restart. We're about to restart. But my top game of the year was Pick'ems. I'll just say that flat out. From the top. Pick'em 4. Game of the year. Great choice, thank you. I didn't really have to deliberate about it at all, because I knew right away this would be my favorite game of the year. Because I feel so much love for the Pick'ems guys, and I would love to have them sort of like the 7 dwarves in my household, maybe doing chores for me. I'd love to have my little army. Music's so scary. I know, that was from Final Fantasy VI, and it's Dancing Mad, which goes on for about 17 minutes. We'll go to a different song now because it's scary. Pick'em. My number 2 game of the year, I guess. Well, Flap Legend, no, that's not true at all. Flap Legend sucks shit. Number 2, well, this isn't true either. This wasn't true either. This was a goof as well. Number 2 game of the year was probably RE4, the Resident Evil 4 remake. Not at all an original game, but damn if it wasn't really good. It was great. Where does Stumble Guys rank? Stumble Guys is too good to even mention. Stumble Guys just about knocked me flat on my white ass, on my fat white ass. That one floored me. Holy hell. Too good. So, RE4 runner-up. Hog War Forspoken Golem. Pretty good. Flap Legends, pretty good. Pikmin 4 Game of the Year. These are our 24 most anticipated games right now. We'll get back to where we were here. So Peach game, looking forward to that. Thank you for the quick rehash. We can maybe do a quick recap at the very end, just speed run through this entire thing in about 30 seconds. Next game on my most anticipated, Shiren the Wanderer, the Mystery Dungeon of Serpentoil Island, another incredibly unwieldy name. Shiren the Wanderer 6. If you've ever played a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game, this is of that ilk. This is a Mystery Dungeon game by, I think by Chunsoft and all them, whoever makes these games. But I love them. If you like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, they're the exact same thing. How long did this presentation take you to make? I've been slowly working on it over the course of the year, believe it or not. Whenever I play a game that I really like, I just sort of added it to the list. I finished it up earlier today because I was like, well, I gotta make it a little bit more presentable. But just making it over the course of the year, whenever I think of a game, or whenever I play a game I like, just sort of added it to the to the presentation. So Sheer and the Wanderer 6, looking forward to that. Ridley Jim, did you miss it? Did you miss it, man? Let's go back about 80 slides. Let's go back about 80 slides now. I'm going to prove this to you. Let's go back. Let's go back now. Let's go back now. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back. We're already in this too deep. Let's go back. You'll see it. You'll see it. Join the Giganticpingu Nation. We're seeing it all in reverse now. Let's look at it. What's this? What's this now? Grunty. Gruntilda. She's here. With Tip Top. There you go. I had a whole little gag about Tip Top. About Tip Top, his pad being in the game. And then Tip Top being unjustly executed. It was a funny little bit that wasn't really funny at all, but I made a little graphic for it. Gruntilda's Revenge has one of the top honors for games that came out before 2023, but that I played for the first time in 2023. You saw this slide, but you didn't even connect it to Grunty in your head. That's fair because it's not really related at all, except because Tip Top isn't even in the damn game. You go to his house, but he's not in the game. I'll say it again though, this was a great game. I was very surprised by this game, pleasantly surprised. Tip Top? Tip Top? Alright, time to fast forward about 80 slides again. Let's go, let's go. Nemo, take it all in if you want to right now. This is much of the presentation. I have been slow tonight. I have been slow and I made this way too long. I made this way too long. Observing. I dare you to observe all this. God, it's like glitching out too. I'm cutting off the transitions. Tip Top is something of a martyr. Tip Top makes me feel emotions and lust. Alright, we're getting back there. We're back in the 2024 most anticipated. Okay. Sheer and the Wanderer 6, great game. No one else here might be interested in that right now. That's okay, but if you're into Mystery Dungeon games, great series. If you're into Persona games, try to spell out this title. What the hell is it even called? It's called like Refantasio. There's like a first title to it. Let me see. Gotta get the full name for this. Metaphor Refantasio. This is by the Persona developers. If you're into Persona, this is sort of a fantasy take on it. An original thing. Look at this menu. Look at this menu. It keeps that Atlas swag. It keeps that UI design that's unbelievable. The art design, incredible. Incredible. I am looking forward to it. I hope it comes out in 2024, but I don't really know. I gotta give it a little bit of a prayer. A little bit of a prayer. So, basically fantasy Persona. Looked really good. Looked really good in my estimation. SIEPFC. There we go. Next game. Animal Well. This is sort of a video game donkey joint. Video game donkey. Putting out the games. This is by his studio he started up, or his publishing house. Looks good, looks interesting. I'm curious to learn more. Don't know much about it at this point, but if it comes out, it might be good. Maybe it'll have Metroidvania elements judging from it. I don't really know. I don't know. We'll see though. Looking forward to it. Fantasian, right after we mentioned Metaphor Refantasio. Boy, how confusing can you get with the names? Fantasian was sort of made by Hironobu Sakaguchi of Final Fantasy fame. He was sort of one of the main creators of Final Fantasy. And he made his own game, which came out on Apple Arcade. And I don't have Apple Arcade, so I never got to play it, but in a couple months it's coming to modern platforms, coming to Steam and all that. So That'll give me an opportunity to play it, so I'm looking forward to it. It'll basically be Final Fantasy under a different name. Persona 3 Remake. Man, looking forward to this too. Damn, Apple Arcade gets all the good games. I guess. I mean, you get this game, and what else do you get? You get surely you get Flap Legends, right? Flap Legends has to be on there. What else? Who knows what else is on there? It could be a treasure trove. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. There you go. There you go. That got nominated for a Game Award, I saw. Yes, Persona 3 Reload. Will the remake bring some new elements? From what I understand, yes, it'll be a pretty significant expansion. Earlier I mentioned Persona 3 Portable, which they ported to Steam earlier this year. The thing about Persona 3 is that there's no real definitive version of the game. There are a couple different versions, but no real version that synthesizes all of the content together. This will probably combine a lot of it, but and add new stuff too, so it'll be really good, I bet. I'm looking forward to it. Even though it is another remake, it's another damn remake. Let's, stop with this. But still, I'm gonna play it. I really want to play the Donkey game too. It looks good. It looks pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to that Animal Well. Yeah. Can't wait to hear more. So, next game. The Plucky Squire. Boy, this is another interesting one. Sort of combines this 3D aesthetic with the storybook gameplay, two different gameplay modes. And I think this is being worked on, being headed up by a guy who's very prominent in the Pokemon games right now. James something or other. He's designed a lot of modern Pokemon that are pretty good. And I think he's making this game. I could be completely wrong about that, but I'm remembering that for some reason. But regardless, this looks like a pretty interesting game with the just in terms of the art on its own. You start off in a storybook. It's very 2D, sort of almost Link's Awakening style, and then you get out of the storybook and it becomes 3D like that in a very claymation sort of world. So pretty cool. Crow Country. I'm sorry this is so long. This just goes on and on. I keep putting stuff in here. Crow Country, very Resident Evil inspired, very openly in terms of the general controls and the environment and the theming. I played a demo for this earlier in the year. I enjoyed it. I thought there was a little too much exposition in terms of just, there were a lot of notes left around explaining everything. It was like, do this, go this way, find this. There were about a couple dozen notes left around, which really sort of hampered the experience for me. But I was still interested in it nonetheless. Because it's sort of a classic Resident Evil-like game. And seems to have a lot going for it otherwise, but there you go. I enjoyed the demo. Looking forward to the full game. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Nemo. I'm doing my best here. I've been going on way too long here, but we do what we can. It's the end of the year. We can do a little bit of a long spiel, rambly little presentation. Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy Collection. I have not played the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney games. I played the original trilogy of games with, Phoenix Wright as the main character. I haven't played the Apollo Justice games, and this gives me a very clear opportunity to do so. So I'm looking forward to that. Arctic 1714 says, I could watch Pingu forever. Aww. I make a heart out of my hands for you. Nemo says, you haven't heard of most of these, so it's very informative. I'm glad to hear that. I was looking to spread the love on some great games, some great experiences. So, Apollo Justice, though, Looking forward to that. The trilogy. Three games in one, by the way. 3 in 1. Everhood 2. Everhood 2. Man, the original Everhood, when it came out about 2 years ago, it was a surprise hit for me. That was, man, what a game. Sort of a reverse Guitar Hero, maybe you can describe it that way, along with Undertale elements. So 2 gameplay modes smashing together. What a world it created. What a rich tapestry it weaved, you know. What a game. And now we've got the Nintendogs music. You're right, Tarify. Well, that's pretty cool that you could identify that walking your dog down the street. He's pooping. He poo. He take a pee. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I don't. But Everhood 2 sequel. Know very little about it at this point, but man, Rowan is excited for Everhood 2. I'm out of my gourd for this one. This will be a great one. Seriously, I can't stress enough, such a surprise hit for me about 2 years ago when it came out. I doubt it will be a disappointment, considering they knocked it out of the park so incredibly with the first one. I bet they'll just continue the same sort of tone that they had with the first one. But man, I hope it'll be good too. Good doggy, good doggy. Hollow Knight Silksong, who the hell knows when this will come out? Not even the Lord up in heaven himself knows. Our good God, our year of the Lord 2024, who knows if it'll come out then. Hollow Knight Silksong. It's been about 29 years. This game's still not out, still no updates. Everhood is one of those games that when you first play it, you have severe skepticism because you're like, is this an Undertale shitty fan game? But then you're so pleasantly surprised. Yeah, that's a pretty good description. You get into it and you're like, man, this is really something, wholly its own. Really incredible. Up in heaven? Oppenheimer style. Ay. We're gonna get to Oppenheimer. Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, Snake Eater remake. Of course I gotta have this. Another damn remake though. It's true. It's true, there are just so many damn remakes being made. It's crazy.
My ass is filled with jelly beans, call me Helias.
Huh? Oh. That was... Thank you for that, Ping Pong. I will call you Jelly Ass. Jelly Ass. I'm thinking of making a second TTS guy, by the way. I gotta think of a character to attribute it to, though, and pick out a voice. Who said that? I think you said that, Tarify. You were saying that all the time, aren't you? You and your jelly ass. But this game, Snake Eater remake, look at the mud and grime. I think we are reaching unprecedented levels of mud and grime technology in games. That's one reason I'm so interested in it. Holy hell, we're gonna get muddy in this one. It'll be that tactical espionage action, but with mud to the extreme. Good heavens. So thank you, Snake. And it's during the Cold War. So.
My jelly is filled with as beans, call me as Helgi.
Huh? Ping Pong, why do you keep saying that? I wish you wouldn't say that. That's really fucking nasty, Ping Pong, you sicko. That's okay, I love you too much to punish you for it. Rowan says, I hate Snake. I bought him a cat bed for Christmas and all he did was play inside the box. That's understandable. That's understandable, though. He loves those things. He loves those things. Remember in Brawl, in the Subspace Emissary, when Snake is hiding in that box and Lucario finds him? Oh, so funny. He couldn't help himself. He was in that box. Ping Pong, though, tonight is acting up a little bit. Let's see if I'm allowed to post him, too. Okay, there he is. I'm gonna post him. There we go. ping pong is getting fucking nasty. This is one of my most anticipated games for the next year. Yakuza 8 Infinite Wealth. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, they're calling it. They're not numbering it, they're not calling it Yakuza anymore, so kind of confusing, but it's Yakuza 8. Ryoga Gotoku 8 Infinite Wealth. So this one is in Hawaii. My only problem is I haven't played up through 7. I've only played up through 4, so I gotta play 5, 6, 7, probably Gaiden, probably a couple others to get caught up with the story. So I got some work to do before then. Will they have karaoke? I'm sure they will. They gotta have karaoke. They gotta have Baka Mitai. Baka Mitai. Kodomo nanode. They gotta have that. I'm sure they will. Although it's in Hawaii, who knows? Maybe they won't actually. Maybe they'll have some other little treat for us. I know they have a delivery driver game where you can be a Uber Eats man. So that'll be fun. Dame daye, dame. Dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga sugi de sugi sugite. Dore dake. Squid Game, Saudi game. The Saudi game, oh man, Mohammed bin Salman game is going to be one to look for in 2024. He is going to put out his own game, courtesy of the Embracer Group and other game companies that Saudi Arabia is invested in. I can't wait for that. MBS Simulator. And MBS Simulator will be paired with IBS Simulator. It'll be a 2-in-1 package for Game Boy Advance, so look out for that bundle on Black Friday 2024. Can't wait for that. So that'll be good. Yakuza 8. Surely they'll have Baka Mitai in there. Because, goddamn Kodomo Nano, yeah. Anta ga. Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is such a silly dude. One day he's killing journalists, and the next he has a stake in video games. That's just because he's kind of quirky. He's kind of silly. He kind of like that. He kind of funny. Gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. Just kidding. No, we don't. Probably most anticipated game. This is honestly probably tied with Yakuza 8. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, FF7 Remake Part 2. This is not really going to be a remake, I suspect. Well, it will be, but it will diverge greatly as well. So, the first installment of the FF7 Remake series was sort of about breaking away from Fate. It was not really a remake, it was more of a sequel to the original Final Fantasy VII. And it, it handled a lot of that very smartly, I thought. In terms of, like, we have these plot ghosts in the game. We're gonna kill Fate, and then from then on, we're gonna build this as a remake, but also, we can do anything now. We're not beholden to the original story, so events can change. It's a new story being told at this point, which is really exciting. And I'm looking forward to this, but I don't have a PS5. I don't have a PS Quintuple to play this on, so I don't know how I'm going to be playing this at all. This is the game that has made me consider a PS5 the most, but I still don't think I'll buy one. I'll wait probably a year for it to come out on PC. So that'll be a bit of a struggle on my part, but I'll probably get through it. I'll probably just grit and bear it, so that'll be that. So I think that's the end of the games list here. We went through probably like 100 games here. Good God, too many, right? Now we're up to the odds and ends, and how long have we been going? It's past midnight. It's almost been 4 hours. This has been a foolish endeavor. I'm saluting. This was damn foolish of me. I should have trimmed down the fat a little bit. This is getting longer than the Game Awards at this point. Sorry, Jeffrey Keighley. Your show kind of sucks, though. Sorry, I'm not sorry, actually. Thank you, Pingy. Thank you, Ridley Gem, for all that you do. Thank you for all your goodness. Now we're at the odds and ends. Just a couple other things to wrap up. There's a lot of good movie watching this year I did with, with a certain someone with a certain egghead, especially. And I see I have different fonts there, I think, on the left and right, but there were a lot of good movies I watched this year. Some rewatches, some for the first time. And it made it all the more special with a certain yellow-colored username individual. So, rewatch Interstellar. Man, that movie is good. Seeing that again, I had forgot so much of it. It turned out really good second time watching it. Best in Show, Mighty Mighty Wind, two, sort of mockumentary movies. Incredible experiences. The Birdcage, another good one. Saw that for the first time with Mr. Williams, R.I.P. Mr. Robin Williams. Very, progressive movie even. Putting those gay Yuletides at front and center. Being John Malkovich, incredible experience going inside that man's head. And Secret Garden, another first watch for me this year. And User Tarify, I know I'm forgetting many movies. I was trying to recall the list of stuff that was watched this year, but if you have any others that I've left off here, feel free to shout them out. The Others was a great one with Nicole Kidman, best known for her AMC Theaters movie appearance. So that was perhaps her best role, but this was a really good one too. A very spooky film. Did you watch Leave the World Behind, which is made by Barack Obama's production company? I didn't. I'm going to have to watch that tonight. Rowan. Holy hell. Is that another one of his Netflix movies? I gotta watch that. And Nemo, being John Malkovich was a favorite of yours. It was really great. Great movie. Mr. Cusack, he was doing his best there. Avatar 2 needs no mentioning, and that came out last year, I'm pretty sure. Right? That came out in December 2022, right? Right? Although I did watch it this year, but still needs no mentioning. Its reputation precedes itself. I'm pretty sure it came out last year, right? And then the game came out this year. Right? I don't really know. I feel like that's right. But yeah, Falling Down, Nemo. Falling Down has been a favorite movie of mine for a while now, and then rewatched it this year. It holds up, and it's I don't know what you call it. I wouldn't call it poignant, really, but it captures a certain type of rage, I guess. I don't know. It's just a good movie. What year is it? It is 2089. It's 2089. We are about 92 years old. It's kind of sad. The coke scene. There are a lot of good scenes in it. The Nazi paraphernalia scene when he's in that Nazi shop. That was funny because it's like Michael Douglas is like, he's a bad guy, but then he meets an even worse guy. So you've got an anti-hero going up just against scum. Or not even going up against him, really, just sort of interacting with him. But whoa, Rowan. But yeah, I gotta watch the Obama movie. And Rowan, God bless you. God bless you. May your Yuletides be incredibly gay. I'm praying that all our Yuletides are incredibly gay this year. I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm pleading. Please. Please. Pingu Big Falling Down agreeer. I sympathize with Mr. Douglas in that film. Mr. Douglas, he gets me. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. I mean, the movie starts out right. He's sitting in traffic and he's just like getting angry. I've been there. I've been there when I'm just sitting at a red light and I'm like, come on, let's hurry this up. That's his most relatable right at the beginning of the movie. Wait one moment. I'll wait, user Tarify. Developer Ronan says, I'm gonna have so much homosexual relations this Yuletide. Hey. Hopefully we're all doing a bit of that. Hopefully we're all getting a little bit strange this year. This holiday season. Man, oh man. Let's get that menorah, let's get that Christmas tree, whatever you're celebrating, let's get a little freaky with it. Let's, you know what I'm gonna do this year? I'm gonna get into objects. I'm gonna get into inanimate objects this holiday season. I'm gonna have some fun time with them. So, let's do that. Where's Oppenheimer? Oppenheimer, just like Avatar 2, does not need to be mentioned. I thought about it though. I didn't want to mention it, Oppenheimer, just because it was like, yeah, I watched it, but everyone was watching that, and it was a good movie. I don't know if it would be, one of the favorite things I saw this year, even though I watched a lot of old movies. It was a good movie though. It was a good movie, but Rowan, believe it or not, I am Catholic. I am Catholic. What's your thought on Pope Francis going woke? He's been going woke for a while now. Let him be woke. People have been calling him woke. Let the man just do it. He's the best. I don't know if you can call any pope good, but he's been doing okay, in my estimation, comparatively. Let him go woke. Where's Barbie? Barbie I didn't see, actually. Barbie I did not see. I didn't do the Barbenheimer thing. I saw Oppenheimer in theaters, and it was a rough evening for me because I did eat. It was the middle of summer. It was one of the hottest days of summer, it felt like. And I did eat a bunch of Indian food at a restaurant right before that film, and then I got exploded by a nuclear weapon, so that was a bit tough. And then I saw the Taylor Swift Eras movie tour. That was pretty good. I still don't really know what that is. Is that a movie? Is that just like concerts put in a movie theater? I have no idea what that is, really. But yeah, Rowan, it is weird, that whole thing with the Pope. It's like people, like fake tradcasts are discovering like papal authority. He's like the head of the church. What do you expect? He can do what he wants. I don't know what you're expecting there, but it's like they're really sort of pretending they'd rather be Protestant, even though, in my opinion, I'm going to say this might be controversial, getting a little religious and political here tonight. I don't think Protestants are a thing anymore. There are no Protestants anymore. You're either Lutheran, you're Calvinist, you're Methodist, whatever. You're not a Protestant. You're not protesting anything anymore, except for these fake Catholics who get upset with the Pope, who are surprised by papal authority. End of my whatever I'm trying to say here, which doesn't really mean anything and is not important. But user Tarify, I see your list here. I'll give a couple other shout-outs. Harold and Maude was great. I saw that for the first time this year. Great movie, bit of a forbidden relationship, you might call it. Oh, Rowan, we gotta be enemies. That's okay. We'll be enemies, but we'll also love in our times of peace. And I hope I didn't say anything insulting, whatever I just said. That was sort of stream of consciousness, so I'm sorry if I said anything untoward. I didn't mean anything by it. A bit of a gamer moment. Fantastic Planet was good. I don't know if I saw that this year. Might have seen that at the end of 2022, but Fantastic Planet is a great one too. A Serious Man, do I have that on the list here? I do. Rewatch that one. That's one of my favorite Coen Brothers movies. If you've never seen A Serious Man, that's a great Coen Brothers movie and very introspective into, the Jewish psyche, sort of, and the struggles of being a modern Jewish American, I guess. Very cool. We did watch Fantastic Planet, Soraya, but it might have been last year at this point. I don't remember the timeline. Ron says, you grew up in a family, one side Lutheran, one Catholic, both sides always had an uneasy relationship with the other. That's interesting. That's an interesting environment to grow up in for sure. Very, very intriguing. It's interesting that those divisions still exist, but they do go deep. They do go deep. But yes, Nemo, Fantastic Planet, the French animated film, exactly that one. I had never seen it. I watched it, it might have been a year ago at this point. End of 2022, I don't remember. But really incredible. I'm glad I got to see it. Glad a certain someone showed it to me. Fried Green Tomatoes, another great one. I actually, we watched the movie and then I got inspired to check out the book from the local library, and I'm about to read through that very shortly. So, okay, we watched it in January then. There we go. Then let's say that's on the list. Fantastic Planet's on the list too. Great one this year. Dogma never dies. It's so true. That's what Dragon's Dogma is about, actually. About the schism. Truman Show, another one of my favorite movies. I actually got asked by my third grader pen pal recently what my favorite movie is, and I had to think about one that's kind of appropriate, not one that's too inappropriate for a third grader. I said my favorite movie might be The Truman Show, because it's just a great film. It's just like it's a very schizophrenic movie. It's like, what if a schizophrenic guy was right about everything, you know? So that's kind of reassuring. Truman Show, good. Arctic, exactly. Is Brick the how it's made for bricks? Brick was a rewatch this year. Brick has a young Joseph Gordon-Levitt playing this great sort of neo-noir role where he's sort of figuring out who killed his girlfriend and all that. I really love that movie. It's so good. Recommend that to anyone. That's one I can recommend to anyone. Yeah, give the third grade an existential crisis. Why not? They gotta learn. I mean, I was really thinking hard about that. I was like, what can I say that's sort of appropriate that I like, that's honest and true? So I said The Truman Show. I really want a Lego SpongeBob movie. I would love that one. I remember I saw one of the SpongeBob movies. Well, I saw the first SpongeBob movie in theaters when it came out, and then that more recent SpongeBob movie I saw with with one individual in this chat room right now. And the power at the movie theater did go out. It did go out. Strange occurrence there. Movie of the year is Drive. He's literally me. I've got his jacket. I've got the Drive jacket, and I can become him if I just will it hard enough. Man. He's just like me for real. Hella for real. No cap. Bussin'. I'm like the Drive guy. We did get free movie tickets. That was a weird thing. That's the only time that's ever happened to me. Something like that in a movie theater. Most unusual experiences for me in a movie theater. 1, the power goes out. Number 2, I open up my Chewy Sweet Tarts, the bag of my Chewy Sweet Tarts, and they explode and spill over the aisle. Maybe not unusual, actually, kind of a common occurrence. That thing you do. I mean, I didn't really watch many movies that came out this year, to be honest. I only saw a couple in theaters. Godzilla Minus One being one of those recently, last weekend, and man oh man, what a movie that one is. Holy shit. My favorite Godzilla movie is still Shin Godzilla, and I'm not even a big, Gojira head, but not into kaiju that much, but Shin Godzilla is great. Godzilla Minus One is pretty good too. That one was really good. Mad Max is a Christmas movie. I haven't heard that. Is it like Die Hard is a Christmas movie? But yeah, Nemo, it probably was a divine intervention. I don't know why we were seeing that to begin with, the SpongeBob sequel movie. I don't know what the hell we were thinking there. We just saw shitty movies all the time. We just did that. And we were poorer for the experience. You know, it didn't enrich us in any way. Terrifier says, when I saw Kung Fu Panda for first time in theaters, the movie muted itself during the entire scene. Oogway was dying and then came back after he died. Oh my god. That's a terrible experience. I'm sorry, Tarify. The eyes in Shin Godzilla, they're just so like almost googly. They're like almost popping out of his skull. Yeah, when he's wriggling on the ground and the fluids are spilling out of him. Ugh, incredible. But yeah, the decisive battle version they've got in Shin Godzilla, whenever they use it, man, it is always good. It is so good. And Shin Godzilla, I gotta recommend the subtitles, not the dub, not the English dub. I gotta recommend the original, Japanese version with subtitles. Because the dub is a little goofy just from the 1 minute I heard of it. Sort of unbearable to me, but still good either way. The dub was painful. It was painful. I mean, with just 1 minute of it, it was like, whoa, no thanks. I'm looking at this list I was sent of movies that were watched this year. Pleasantville is a pretty good one. It's pretty good. Young little Tobey Maguire in there. Reese Witherspoon. They're both good. Anti-Mame is a good movie. If you're looking for an older film about a beautiful lass and her nephew going on worldly adventures together and sort of experiencing everything. That's pretty good. Arrival, man, Arrival was a rewatch. That's another great film too. I'm just saying movies I like now. This is what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I'm just drawing this out even more, but I gotta say Arrival is a good movie as well. I'm gotta sleep. Really, Jim, I don't blame you. You go ahead and go to sleep. Because I gotta finish this up soon, but hey, thank you, really, Jim. Thank you for being here. It's been about 4 odd hours of this malarkey, and my YouTube playlist has stopped 2 or 3 times now, and I'm almost losing my voice, I think. But we're getting through it. We're getting through it. We're almost there. And good night, Ridley GM. So we'll move on from the movies. Those are the movies, a lot of good movies. Also TV shows this year. I'm just calling out everything. Fruits Basket, great anime. I'm sure the manga is very good too, but the anime Fruits Basket, very good. And I'm glad I was shown that. Riverdale finale, gotta call out the Riverdale finale. With Jughead and Arpy and Veronica and Betty and all the others. And how it's made. It was funny when you mentioned how it's made earlier. Nemo was like, oh, that's going to show up in just a bit. But I did watch quite a bit of how it's made this year in certain scenarios, so that was pretty fun. And it's a good show. I learned a lot, and there was also a lot I didn't learn. Also a lot I just sort of passively took in and didn't really absorb, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. Sopranos rewatch has been fun. Sopranos is a very rewatchable show. Glad to be going through that again. Maybe I'll catch even more video games being played by AJ on the TV, like when he was playing Blast Core. That was pretty funny. Azumanga Daioh, another pretty good anime. That's very quirky. It doesn't really have an overarching narrative, you might say, as much as like Fruits Basket, but it's almost more of just, a situational comedy, right? sitcom, they call it. I don't know why I said situational comedy. It's just almost like a sitcom, but it's very funny. It's very good watch, and still going through that now. How it's made, of course, Succession finale. Succession, that show wrapped up this year. It ended pretty great. I was a big fan of that show, and also my mom was a big fan of that show. And after it ended, she was like, "Oh, I wish it was still going on. I love that show so much." And then when she took a flight, she was like, "I started rewatching the show again on my iPad on the plane." And I just, for her sake, I wish it was still going on. I wish there was another season, because it was pretty good. Band of Brothers, great miniseries. I'm working my way through that. Been working my way through that this year. Emotional, gut-wrenching. Good Lord, that'll talk about making you shed a tear or two. Boy, oh boy, you feel it for the Easy Company. Baller mom right there. My mom is a bit of a baller, I'll admit. She's pretty swaggy with it. Love Band of Brothers. One of my favorites, says you, Tarfly. Right on, brother. And of course, Secret Invasion from Marvel Studios. Secret Invasion, best show of the year. It was so good. They had the Skrulls, and they shape-shitted, and it was really good because it was a bad show. It was a really bad show, and that's what made it great. But it was garbage. It was a garbage show. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen. But thanks, Mr. Samuel L. Jackson. I wish you hadn't been associated with that. That was really trash. So TV show's great. Couple other shout outs here as I'm whining. A couple books, House of Leaves, thanks to Arctic1714 for that one. He recommended that to me a while ago, and I finally hopped on it this year, and man, what a read. It's a complicated read with the formatting. It's very original in that regard, but what a read. Holy shit. Good book. Thank you, Arctic. Sphere, I'm not sure if I read Sphere this year. I might have read that last year, but Michael Crichton, sort of this alien sphere is found at the bottom of the ocean, and a team of scientists is sent out to investigate it, and it's, very unnerving, very thrilling book. So that's good too. Generation X is about, as you can guess, Generation X and sort of their ennui. Might call it ennui, which I can post a little emote here, which I'm sorry to say that only user Masuo might have access to at this point. I should have made this a little more accessible to other people, but I wanted to give her a little tier 3 special emote. But it's all about the ennui of Generation X. Altered Carbon, another good book. I had heard of the Netflix series, but I didn't watch it. But I read the book this year. Pretty good sci-fi. Also, very thrilling book. Nakano Thrift Store. Basically about a little thrift store run in Japan, and the characters that go on there. It's a very introspective book, kind of a character study. That was very good one, very heartwarming one. Libra was written by Don DeLillo. My favorite book by him is White Noise, and that's probably his most well-known book, and that was recently turned into a movie. But he also wrote Libra, which is about Lee Harvey Oswald. Jeez. Let's get a little Flint up in here. Let's take a little Flint break, actually. Enough of my yapping. Here he goes. Whoop. He's really scary. He's really scampered around. Look at this guy. This guy funny. This guy is fucking funny. Little Flinto. Little Fredward Flint. Okay. So Libra, JFK, Lee Harvey Oswald, sort of like if every conspiracy about him was true. So very good read. And so many people call it fictional, but I would wager that more of it is closer to the truth than fiction, so keep that in mind. The Remains of the Day, very good novel too, about a butler who, as he goes on, it's a very sad book, but he sort of realizes that the guy he worked for his entire career was maybe not as good as he thought, and maybe associated with some less than moral people over the years, and he slowly realizes that. But reads as a very defensive book, which is great characterization. But yeah, very, very sad book too. And Valley of the Dolls I'm reading right now, and I've enjoyed it a lot. Sort of a very, very flirty novel, very scandalous novel about these women and making it big in NYC and the Big Apple. So, one of them marries this millionaire who she doesn't even realize is a millionaire, and but she wants to keep working at her office job. So there's a lot going on there, but very, very scintillating. You think JFK was CIA or Cuba? At this point, I don't know. I bet that there were Lee Harvey Oswald doubles. I bet there were imposters going on. I think the CIA had multiple Oswalds at the ready to go for a couple eventualities. And maybe, the assassination in Dallas, he was obviously probably a patsy, played a big role in it, but maybe there were other people taking part that day too. Maybe old Poppy, G.H.W. Bush was there too, of course, so we can't count him out. But I don't know. I don't know if there's any real definitive conclusion you can, really say what happened, but a lot to think about. I actually know Lee Harvey Oswald. He's my barber. Oh, are you Jack Ruby? Nemo, is your true identity Jack Ruby raised from the dead? Much to think about there. But so that's books. In terms of music, as Arctic mentioned, Rat Boys shout out. Rat Boys, my favorite artist that I discovered this year. Holy hell, they're pretty good. I think where are they based out of? Chicago, maybe? Midwest, at least. But they have a song called Black Earth, Wisconsin, which is a pretty good song if you're looking to get into them. Black Earth, Wisconsin. And then there's another song called, It's Alive or They're Alive. That's a good one, too. So just look them up if you're interested in them. Very sort of whimsical tunes, almost, but I love them. I can't get enough of them, and I keep hearing them on the student radio too. So that's how I got into them originally. It's Alive. That's the other song. Thank you, Arctic. Then Number Girl, sort of a Japanese. They're pretty big, sort of, a couple decades ago at this point, but they're doing a lot of good stuff too, along with Boards of Canada. I don't really know how to describe music, but Boards of Canada is. I don't know. I just use the word whimsical. I think of a lot of music as whimsical, but I have no idea how to describe music or genres, but these are just things I'm recommending and that I like, so maybe you'll like it too, if you're interested. And then just some individual songs that I liked this year especially. If you want to listen to those, give them a listen. Take a screen cap if you want. Take a little boop. Save that to your hard drive. Arctic says, Pingu, if you want a band like Rat Boys, but they might explode your eardrums, you should listen to Wednesday. Like Wednesday Addams? I'll add that to my list, Arctic. I'll make a note. Wednesday the band. And I know I'm saying so much tonight, I'm just talking too much. I'm getting a sore throat a little bit. So shout outs, at the end of the day, I gotta give shout outs to Broader Horizons from User Tarify and the Tell All Your Friends program by Arctic1714 and the Student Radio WSUM. So thank you to all those programs for expanding my music taste this year. Much appreciated. That might be... Oh, let's not forget those we lost. Let's not forget those we lost, I guess. Oh my god, my voice is going away. Madam Senator Diane Lady Di, fine as hell Feinstein. She went out in a blaze of glory, being the baddest that there ever was. She was hot. She was hot. God damn, at age 107, she was hotter than ever. Ugh. She made me just about lose it every time I saw an image of her. See you up in heaven, Lady Di. Lady Di Part 2. I might have a T User Tarify. I might have one tonight yet. Arctic says their album Rat Saw God is your number 2 album of the year. Interesting. I'll have to definitely give them a listen then. Thank you for the recommend. We also lost Changler, of course. Changler had a lot of funny moments on the Friends show. And he, of course, something happened to him. I don't know. I guess he got... I forget exactly. I think he fell to the bottom of a hot tub. I keep making fun of Matthew Perry's death, and I don't know why. It's not funny. He seemed like a genuinely good guy. But the Chandler character is funny. Just thinking about him as Chandler. And he wanted to be known as much more than that. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make light of the situation. I'm sorry. What a catch up until the end. I didn't mention Rosalind Carter here. Nemo, that's a good catch. Two baddies right there. I bet they're scissoring right now up in heaven. Jeremy Renner died again for the 4th time via getting sucked underneath the escalator. And Henry K up there too, sort of plowing those fields, laying his seed. This is sickening. Doing a bit of a special détente. Up there, as if you're right. They're not even in normal hell. They're all in like a special, unidentified as of yet super hell, where they can't like Rosalind Carter, and I guess Rosalind Carter wasn't that bad, but Dianne Feinstein is in hell just scissoring succubuses, succubi, and it doesn't feel good, and she can't stop doing it or else she'll like dehydrate or something tortuous. I don't know. You both mentioned Kissinger. He's in his own realm, where he's just like, he's experiencing something we can't even comprehend right now. Truly. Jimmy Buffett also gone too soon. Man, he was living that life, la vida loca. He was living on island time in Margaritaville. So blessings to him. Blessings to him. Let's all send a prayer rosary for him. So we'll pray up. And the world's greatest MC, Boo Barker. Spaying those pets and neutering those pets. Let's get him spayed and neutered in his honor. He is gone. He's gone at age 115. He's dead. He's dead. Roan says Dianne Feinstein died because the Democrats made it illegal to drink children's blood. She and the Democrats. Because Donald Trump was catching on and was going to mobilize the military via martial law to stop the children blood sacrifices. She couldn't get any more of that child blood. It's really sad. And she was especially... she had an acquired taste for the mole children blood, actually. Especially those protesting global warming. She really liked their blood. To put that in a special vial every now and again. And then she died. So... that's how she died. It's sad. It is sad. And it's not a QAnon conspiracy. That is real, confirmed true. Confirmed by Patriots, fact-checked by Patriots. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Bobby Kotick, head of Activision, he just retired recently. Good fucking riddance. Hope he... Well, let's just say I hope something horrible befalls him, but I won't have any hand in it. I'm just saying I can hope and wish, right? Nothing wrong with that. Let's just say I hope he experiences misery. Let's leave it at that. Next slide. This has got to be the last one, I think. The final slide. 2024 trend predictions. I have spoken a lot tonight, man. Too much, I think. 2024 trend predictions. And you can tell I was really putting this together hastily. Orlando Bloom gonna be big. Chandler Bing lines will be big. That'll make you laugh out loud still. He'll come back. Passion of the Christ, they're gonna put... That's gonna be big again, too, in theaters. Jib Jab. I used to think Jib Jab was real when I saw those videos of my loved ones with the elves on the elf bodies and the Santa bodies. I thought that was real at some points. That scared me.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House!
Yeah!
Washington, D.C. to take back the White House!
Yeah! Howard Dean will be screaming and yelling once again. He's going to come back. Roan says, it will always be funny to me how everyone at the Capitol at January 6th are apparently simultaneously Antifa and FBI, but also patriots being held hostage. Which is it? I would like to think that it was just sort of a melting pot that day of different ideologies, all working towards some unidentified competing narratives and goals. No one really knew what they were really there for that day, but they were just having fun. So maybe it was just that, a bit of confusion. I would have liked to be there as a spectator. That could have been kind of fun if I didn't die. It could have been fun to just be sort of there, not participating. I'm at FBI. I didn't want to participate. I'm just saying it maybe could have been fun to be there. Spectating. You know, watching things going down as an observer. I'm just saying. Wacky stuff went down that day. So Jib Jab, Mr. Dean. I think Gino from Super Mario RPG is going to hit it big in 2024, the year of our Lord. He's going to really get a lot of popularity and probably finally be added to Smash Brothers, along with the Apprentice character. So, look forward to that. Tear gas. Fucked up that reporter from CBS permanently. Well, I guess you can say there's some nefarious play going on there. I mean, people died. That's the crazy thing about it. People died.
It's all you, baby.
What a thing. Maybe we'll have another one come this January 6th in about, 2 weeks here. Maybe we'll get another one with any hope. Any hope. Even though it's not an election year. Maybe it'll just be for fun. I think the Numa Numa thing will take off again. Numa Kid. Hopefully there's another one of those. David after the dentist. David with the dentist. Maybe he'll have some fun again after going to the dentist. He'll say some stuff. I don't know. You never know what'll happen, right? David goes to the dentist all the time, I'm sure, nowadays. Grateful it didn't. Godzilla Plus One. I'm hoping there will be Godzilla Plus One, but when you got -1, how do you get? You gotta go to 0, right? Godzilla 0, and then +1. So if we can somehow add 2 Godzillas to the equation to get back to the positive numbers, the positive integers, I'm hoping we can make Godzilla Plus One a reality. If not, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll probably just wallow in my own misery. Game Grumps are gonna come back. I hope they bring back JonTron on YouTube. Game Grumps, Ego Raptor, and all that. They'll be fun. That Danny Sexbang guy, who I think is a creep. I've thought he was a creep since day one. Let that be on the record. I don't know if he is, but he's just a creepy guy to me. I don't like him. I think they're gonna bring back the Nintendo BS. They're gonna bring that back, Chandler Bing back with dual screen gaming, hopefully. Annoying Orange, Rowan. I was thinking about putting Annoying Orange on here because Annoying Orange is just so. I hate to say it, Annoying Orange is so fuckable. Man, what a cutie, that Annoying Orange. Ay ay ay. I should take that back, maybe. That was disgusting. Do you think Tobuscus will ever make a comeback, or is he just gonna be crazy forever? I think he's too far gone. He's too far gone. It's like, what YouTubers are gonna come back in 2024? I'm hoping the Gamer Dude comes back. I hope we have a resurgence of AVGN knockoffs. You know, I hope like Spoonie comes back. They canceled the Completionist this year, Gerard the Completionist, which he never sat right with me completely, but I don't know if he deserved all the hate he got for this charity. You know, he was mishandling charity money, whatever. I don't think he intended to do it. I don't think he was malicious about it. People were acting like he intended to just be negligent with it. I think he was just sort of stupid. Whatever, that's neither here nor there. But I hope YouTube makes a big comeback in 2024. Game Theory is going to make a comeback, but that is just a theory. That is just a theory. Matthew Pathew, he's going to come back. Watching his COVID conspiracy rants during the pandemic was something else. Oh man. Toby. Sky Does Minecraft come back as a darling of the right? I'm calling it. Oh, that would be a pretty good one. We should have made a bingo. This should have been a bingo for 2024 trend predictions, but we're getting them all out here. We can revisit this at the end of next year to see what we got right. Hopefully David After the Dentist will be there in full form. I bet people have died during Mr. Breast challenges. People have probably just died and there hasn't been any news about it. He's just covered it up. I hope he dies in one of the challenges. Again, at FBI, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it myself, but I can wish and hope and pray that he dies or he suffers tragedy. Never mind. I don't mean that at FBI. I'm just speaking out my ass right now. Motorola Razr are going to come back in 2024 too. I remember in the Final Fantasy VII movie Advent Children, I don't know what flip phone they were using, but they had like branded flip phones. I like to think it was a Motorola Razr. I hope that was it, and I hope it comes back. Mr. Beast was almost on that submersible. If only he was. I wish that I could perma-shift to the reality where he was on the submersible every damn day. God, that he would have got imploded. Imagine if that had happened. Oh, that would have been so funny. It would have been so funny. There are very few people I wish actual death upon. But his would have been funny. His would have been kind of funny. And I know this is really cruel and dark, but sometimes you just gotta laugh at the possibilities, right? Do you think Mr. Beats masturbates to his charity porn he creates? I bet he does. I bet he really does do that. He milks his breast probably to that. That'll be another thing that comes back in 2024, I hope. Chatterbait will be coming back. Is that it? That's the last slide we've got here. That's the final slide. I should have prepared an ending slide, but I didn't. I'm gonna find something quick. A Happy New Year photo that I have saved. Let's see. Hey, you were subscribed early on, Rowan, with his reaction videos. And don't apologize, it's all me saying the horrible stuff here. Sometimes my mouth outpaces my brain a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, I've got a good image here. I'll get this in here. Alright, I'm getting my Happy New Year image in here. Oh man. Alright. Oops. There we go. This is so cool of you. I think it's so cool of you, user Tarfy. I think you're pretty cool. Shoutouts to user Tarfy, coolest and bestest part of my year. The best part of my life. Okay, getting my New Year image in here. Getting a Happy New Year funny in here. Now let me do a bit of a refresh here. Don't look at any of that. Oops, I gotta have it saved, okay. Oh, and now we're back at the start. Alright, we'll do a little bit of a recap. Let's do a speed run of this. Let's do a speed run of this quick. Get a room? You get a room, man. This is my own room. This is my own chat room. I can say what I want on here. I'll say that user Ridley Jim was a pretty hot part of my year. Alright. For those of you who weren't here at the beginning, get your eyes peeled right now. We're gonna speedrun this. It's not even loading the images. There we go. There we go. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope your Yuletides are incredibly gay. I've the past, I guess, 2 times now, I've liked to do this as my sort of end of the year celebration. Tomorrow, Saturday, I would like to do another short stream just with a Christmas game before I go on a little bit of a hiatus, a little bit of a 2-week break about. But tomorrow afternoon or early evening, I might do a little bit of a short stream with a Christmas game. It'll be much shorter than this one, so if, you know, don't feel like it'll be as big as a commitment as this was. But hope everyone has a good New Year regardless. Hope everyone has a great holiday season, a happy, fun time. I had a very great time this year. A lot of personal highlights for me especially, and a lot of great other stuff going on. I'm looking forward to 2004. And has it really been 5 hours? Please don't say that. Almost. Ay, ay, ay. This is sickening. I really have talked too much. I should have been saving my voice for the festivities ahead. But I guess for now we'll wrap it up. I guess we'll do a bit of a reverse moment here as I'm talking, ending this up. It was a great year, full of fun, full of laughs, full of frivolity. And I do thank all of you for tuning in this year. I know sometimes I had streams that just sort of rambled on and on, went on and on about nonsense. I know sometimes I go off on tangents about whatever the hell. But it was a fun time. I had a very fun time this year with all of you. And I do very much appreciate it. It was a great fun time, and I'm looking forward to the new year, 2004, where I'm going to be playing the Gollum game, of course. Gollum game will be high on my radar next year, so rest assured. But for now, I think we'll be back tomorrow afternoon / early evening with a short little Christmas game. And until then, I would like to thank my friends, family, and loved ones for tuning in, hanging out and chilling. I'm just trying to see if I can get back to the beginning of this here while I'm talking. I don't know if I can. It's too long. But until then, I will see you next time. And bye-bye. Bye, Zaddy. Bye, Masuo. I salute thee. Let's give a quick special emote for Masuo. This is the Masuo emote, Masuo specific emote for Masuo's eyes only. Okay, ending it for real now. Thank you again, everyone. Happy New Year if I don't see you tomorrow. If I do, oh, God bless. And incredibly gay Yuletides to you all. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.